Oh, yeah.
Coaching monsters.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, there's light.
15 seconds. Oh, that's wrong.
Yes. I told you so.
You're good.
Oh, good. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Pleasant Valley School District Board of Education meeting to order. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then if we could please stay standing for a moment of silence, and please keep the poor state of California in our thoughts and prayers this evening. And let's see, Mr. Clark, would you lead us please down there?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone that's with us this evening, and if we could have roll call, please.
Robert Clark. Here. Michael Fowler.
Here.
John Krasinski.
Here.
Sue Preston.
Present.
Alan Lucky.
Present.
Diane Griffin.
Present.
Matthew Walters.
Here.
Melanie Zep.
Here. Thank you. I would like to let everyone know that we did have an executive session this evening prior to the meeting for purposes of personnel matters, including but not limited to performance and or discipline negotiations and legal issues. We have some student highlights this evening.
Yes, so just wanted to inform everyone that the month of January is Board Appreciation Month. And this month, we will have some wonderful, presentations and information presented from our students. And unfortunately, you can't see in front of you, but there are some posters from our students and from our staff, and then obviously on this board over here as well. So we obviously know all the hard work that our board puts forth for our school district, and I believe we have a presentation this evening from the elementary schools.
Victoria. All right. So good evening, everybody. We did just want to take a few minutes to express our gratitude. So on behalf of PBE and PBI tonight, Lauren and I are here to just let you know how thankful we are for all of you. We know that there's a lot of work that goes into this, and we're very grateful for everything that you do for our staff, our students, the whole PBE community. But really for us, and Roger and I say this every day, what it comes down to is the kids. And that's really why you guys are here and why we're all here. So that's what we want to share with you guys tonight, because they can say it far better than I ever could. So you will see a video from our PBI students expressing their gratitude. Ditto to that.
Also, on behalf of our students and our staff, we just want to take this opportunity to express our gratitude and dedication to your leadership. As building leaders, we get to see firsthand the positive impact that your decisions have on our school community every day. Your commitment to quality education, fostering innovation, prioritizing our students' success is admired. And we just would like to really take this opportunity to thank you. And the kids can do it better than we can. So.
That was wonderful. I don't know. Those both are really great. I want to know who comes up with all the ideas.
We're gonna keep that so that we can just keep surprising you.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a team effort so many people did help us with it, but really just wanted to, again, say thank you to you guys.
And we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We moving on? We ready?
Moving on.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on in the agenda, so it's the opportunity to respond to community questions. So this week, there were 5 community questions that were submitted. The first was from Kevin Bilski from Polk Township. He had submitted a question for the athletic department. This question was sent over to athletics, and they have reached out to him. But I just want to encourage anyone that if you have questions regarding things such as schedules and teams, please feel free to reach out to the athletic department. The question was about when tryouts would be for upcoming sporting events. So just, again, reach out and certainly we'll be able to get you a response pretty quick in that regard. The next 4 questions come from Denise Hopley from Chestnut Hill Township. So the first question was regarding the school board and do they have input into the renovations, bids and budgets. So the bids were discussed with all of the board members. They all had received information, in particular the last 2 years. We had gone over different plans, some changes with the renovation project of the high school, and ultimately the board had the opportunity to decide which bids they wanted to approve for the renovation project. All the board members voted back on December of 2024. The second question was regarding spending money on renovations for courses where there are no teachers in STEM areas. We actually do have teachers with certifications in STEM areas. As we look ahead for the next school year in particular, we're working towards infusing cross-curricular opportunities using that STEM space for really engaging our students on multi-levels of learning. So we're excited for that. The third question was regarding whether additional staff would be hired and what effect it would have on the tax base. So there's currently no plan to add additional administrators or teachers for the 25-26 school year. Negotiations with our teachers union, it has not started officially. So we currently don't know what the impact negotiations will have on our school budget. We know that teachers are hired based upon the needs of our students. And in fact, this school year, we saw an increase in our kindergarten enrollment. So we made the adjustments and hired 3 new teachers in kindergarten as a result of that. So obviously, it's our responsibility and our diligence to look at the trend data, see where some of the gaps, make sure that people have the proper certifications in order to hire the best staff for our students. And then the final question was, do the board members have input into renovations? And the answer is yes. All board members have an opportunity to provide input into the renovation project. They had opportunities when that information was presented, and we're really happy with their input because it helps to drive an excellent and exciting renovation project that we'll soon be encountering at the high school at the end of this school year. So thanks for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Conrad. Moving on in our agenda, at this time, Mrs. Smale, Secretary's report, please.
Good evening. Tonight I'm requesting approval of the minutes of the meetings held on December 5th, 2024 and December 16th, 2024, and approval of the January 9th, 2025 board meeting agenda.
So
Second. I have a motion by Mr. Kaczynski and seconded by Mrs. Zip. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries. At this time, is there any Pleasant Valley citizens that would like to address the board? If so, it's on agenda items only at this time. Please come to the podium, state your name and the township you reside in, and there is a 3-minute limit.
Jennifer Ralph, Chestnut Hill Township. I just have a few comments on agenda items B, 4B, C, D, and E. There was just a lot of things on the accounts payable that you wrote checks for that I was concerned about. There was two separate things on there. It was $10,000 each grants to people. I was just curious who those people were. Isabella Root and Emily Competetta. I might have said that wrong. Agenda item 4C, there was $8,600 payment for dues and fees. I was just curious what those dues and fees were for. There was $151 payment to Aces Gourmet. I was just curious whose meals the taxpayers are paying for. And then there was two separate payments for over $27,000 to Fox Rothschild, which is a law firm, I believe. Those two payments together are more than the salary of a beginning teacher just in 1 month. Just curious if they were for grievances and arbitration that could have somehow been avoided. Would probably be better if everybody worked together to find a satisfactory solution and a positive work environment instead of resorting to arbitration. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Evelyn DeNovo, Chestnut Hill Township. Item 4B, Treasurer's Report. Who is Isabella Ann Root and why is she getting a $10,000 grant? 4C of the Treasurer's Report, procurement card, which is a credit card. There is a dues and fees expenditure of $8,617. Can we have a breakdown of that amount? And how many people are allowed to use that procurement card? Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Keating, Chestnut Hill Township, concerning F4 financial statement. Tuition payments to outside charter and cyber schools. How are you getting kids back to the building? This was one of Conrad's goals. Doesn't seem to be working out. November CCA was paid $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Denise Hopley, Chestnut Hill Township. We were close on the questions for what I had written in, because I wanted to know, since we don't have them teaching those classes, robotics and physics, they're subcontracted.
Denise, what agenda item are you referring to?
The questions that were sent in.
Well, that's, you'll have to
Is
wait.
that afterwards?
That's afterwards.
Okay, 'cause they're not exactly right, the question. Okay, so the questions I have here, because there's two of the ones that aren't clear that you talked about at all.
All right.
All right, so I'm going on.
Okay. Agenda items, please.
Correct.
Okay.
4B, C, D, and F,
Okay.
financial statements.
Mhm.
The administration must urgently address the persistent issues it faces with unions. It raises the question, is this administration fostering unions? You paid
No.
them in the financial
Ma'am,
statement.
what is the specific question
This one
about?
would be F with the financial statements.
So what about the financial
Fox and
statement?
Rothschild.
Okay, so what's the question specific to the financial statement? What's on the document?
So exactly right, piggybacking on Mrs. Rudolph. You seem to always get a question from me when I follow Mrs. Rudolph. And here goes my time eating up. So the question is, why are we spending so much money on perhaps arbitration and union dues, arbitration and matters when you guys are supposed to be going to, so I guess the better question is, why aren't we promoting conflict resolution? Okay, because
Unfortunately, that presupposes that those dollars are specific to union
that's why
grievances.
we're asking, but we don't have an answer.
But of course, so that can't be
So why do you always challenge me or question me or
okay.
bully me with questions when I'm trying to ask a question?
Because you're asking a question outside the wrong or inside the wrong comment period.
Did you not pay, now you're eating up all my time. Did you not pay money to Fox and Rothschild over $27,000? And what are they for? Arbitration? What are they for? Okay, the question is, why aren't we using conflict resolution? And why is administration being trained with conflict resolution in their administrative training? Okay, and I don't know why, because
All right.
why does it always have to be grieved? Just send it to grievance. That's a
First
question.
of all,
That's a
again,
question. That's why we're paying all this money. Okay, that's a question,
if you,
all right?
can I?
And the other thing is, we need to work, are we working toward amicable solutions? Amicable solutions? Are we communicating, understanding that it's not negotiable for all these stakeholders? We need a positive environment. We need to sit down and talk.
I'm going to interrupt you, Denise, I'm sorry, because I think at next meeting, you're going to see some resolutions to some things come up, but you just need, we are working together. We are trying to work with the unions. We work very well with the support staff union. We are working with the teachers union also, and you're going to see some resolutions
And how
to
much
things come
money
up.
was spent for the taxpayers that we're paying all these
Well-
legal fees for? What? We don't know, because we don't know. So all I'm saying is, I don't think grieve it is the solution. Conflict resolution is, okay? The
Thank you.
next question I have is, the multiple arbitrations we talked about. Furthermore, the rising cost of cyber education. How are we bringing back those costs with bringing students back into the building? We remain hopeful for these changes. However, outsourcing teachers' positions with business and physics and robotics and paying $100,000 to CCA for the taxpayers to be burdened with, I don't think that's the solution either. Why aren't our own teachers teaching it? Why is it
Okay, we've
ingenuity?
hit actually hit about 4.5 minutes.
So,
Well, I were able to ask my questions instead of being belittled or whatever you're doing there, because
Ma'am, the question, hold on. the questions that- First
I
of all,
got all my questions.
first of
in.
all, let's be clear. If you're to come up here, it's a comment period. It's not a question and answer period with the board.
I am
Second,
trying to comment.
secondly, the comments and or questions that you have raised were outside of agenda items,
They
okay?
were not.
Well, listen, this
We
is
can
the,
agree to disagree, I
yeah,
guess
but
that's
this
the
is,
state.
but ma'am, this is not your meeting. This is the meeting of the board.
please, sir.
This is the meeting of the board. And this is their business meeting. So if they decide, and frankly, with my guidance, that this is something that comes at the second comment period, it would come at the second comment period.
Well, we can agree to disagree because they are
Okay,
all on the agenda.
okay, we will move on. Treasurer's report, Mrs. Surface, please.
Yes, good evening. Tonight I need a motion for item 4A through H. A is informational.
Second. I have a motion by Mr. Kaczynski, seconded by Mrs. Zip. Is there any discussion?
I just like, I'm not gonna answer questions, but like for D, when they're talking about legal things, there's such things as special education, things that are included in that, stuff like that. That's
Yeah, and I wasn't gonna bring that, but certainly there are a plethora of other issues that occur in this district well beyond grievance issues. For instance, within the last month, the district has embarked on a tens of $1 million expansion project, which required legal guidance surrounding the bids, the awarding of those bids, and how to comply with various regulations surrounding a very significant building project. So I presume a lot of that is probably dedicated to that and not the grievance arbitration issues.
There's also, is there assessment of things going on with?
There are assessment issues, there are other ancillary issues.
Anyone else? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? And that motion
So
carries.
I have to abstain
Oops.
from, for agenda item 4E, check 242746, because of relative.
All right. Moving on to unfinished business, Mr. Fitzgerald.
There is no unfinished business this evening.
Thank you. Is there any other unfinished business?
I just, the email was back from Dr. Howard about how the reading ELA was selected. It seems like kind of go back, I was looking at that, and it seems like that you picked 9 programs, how did those 9?
That's in the working session.
Yeah, I was just gonna,
Okay,
we have a curriculum update in the working session.
okay, now I just
Could we-
wanted, because it was like, it's coming around and I was wondering what's all involved with it. All right.
Can we wait until working session?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving on to new business, Monroe Career and Technical Institute.
Yes, good evening. My report is attached. There was no meeting for the month of January, so we'll be getting an update in February. Also in February, I believe Mr. Berger will be here to discuss the budget and the renovations.
Thank you. Colonial IU, Mr. Gallagher.
Report is attached, nothing else.
Okay, thank you. PSBA liaison, Mrs. Zip.
Nothing new for this session?
Okay, education report, just wanted to bring to your attention that during our working session, which will follow this evening's meeting, we are having a curriculum overview presentation. And also, there will be discussion on the 25-26 program of studies for both the high school and the middle school. Finance report, Mrs. Surface.
Yes, that will come up later on in the agenda.
Thank you. Mr. O'Keefe, athletic.
Yes, hello, Happy New Year. So as all of our athletic athletes at all our schools, while we were on vacation, those of us who were on vacation, our student athletes were practicing and having tournaments and having games as well. So just a couple highlights, and I don't have them all. But I do have a few highlights I do want to note. Wrestling on Saturday, September 28th, PB Boys Wrestling did an outstanding job with the 2024 Frank Wada Tournament in Tunkhannock, with 9 individuals placing winners and second place overall as a team. More recently, on January 4th, 2025, PB Boys Wrestling were awarded team champs at the South Williamsport Wrestling Tournament, with 10 individuals placing winners and 7 medalists. On Saturday, January 4th, our cheer team, the PB Varsity Cheer, placed second at the District 11 Cheer Championships and earned a bid to states, which will be held on January 30th and 31st in Reading, Pennsylvania. I also want to have a huge shout out to the Nazareth cheer team and coach. They took a Saturday morning to allow our girls to go down to their school. And as Nazareth is a powerhouse in cheer and all other sports too, took their opportunity and helped our girls. So I have, huge shout out to them. I know none of them are watching us or listening to us, but I think it's awesome to hear that, that camaraderie. It's not just about us, it's about everybody getting together and making it work, just like a community. Lastly, 2024 Lehigh Scholar athletes. We had 2 from soccer, 1 from boys and 1 from girls soccer. The girls soccer is Brianna Palmieri, and boys was Zachary Prater. So great job to those 2 individuals. And just looking forward for the rest of the athletes in sports as they continue through the winter seasons. There's been great turnouts at the opportunities I've had to attend the events. So keep it up, community, and great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Policy report, Mrs. Zip.
There's 2 policies on for first reading this evening.
Thank you. Capital improvement, Mr. Berger is attending another meeting, but we have not had a meeting since the special meeting that we had on December 16th to award the bids, so nothing new to report. Technology report, Mr. Clark.
Nothing new to report this time.
Thank you. Mr. Walters, security.
I do have something. The 2 vehicles that were approved for security over the summer have finally been picked up and are in use with the security personnel. We thank them for adjusting up to this point, but we're glad they're finally here.
Wonderful.
We should have had them here on display like we did the
Like we did the end.
the lights going. That would have been a great opportunity, and everyone would wonder what's going on.
All right, superintendent's reports.
Tonight, my 2 items are informational.
Okay.
Moving on, human resources, Mrs. Frank.
Could I?
Second,
yes. I just looked at the attendance type thing, and last year, 32% of our students were not in brick and mortar. This year, it's 33%, so it's not a drastic increased amount of people that are out. Our numbers are down, but it's been consistently definitely
sorry, human resources, Mrs. Palmer.
Yes, good evening. Tonight I'm seeking approval of items 8B through 8H. Items 8I through 8L are informational.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Walters, seconded by Mr. Clark. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I must abstain from 8D, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Spouse.
Anyone else? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
Tonight I'm seeking approval of items 9B through 9D. Item 9E is informational.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Mrs. Surface, seconded by Mr. Galler. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
Moving on to curriculum, Dr. Howard.
Tonight I'm seeking approval of item 10B.
So moved. Second.
I think that was Mr. Kaczynski on the motion and Mr. Walters on the second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, so we're voting on this, and I see this was an awards ceremony. Is there any update on what we got?
There will be at the next board meeting, so I'm gonna ask everyone to wait in anticipation.
Okay, cool.
Forthcoming.
Very well.
Anyone else? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
I'm also seeking approval of item 11A.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mr. Galler, seconded by Mrs. Zip. Is there any discussion?
Could you just give a highlight of why that change is put in?
Yes, we are working with, coming from company, Carbon Monroe Piping County, and they are working with us that instead of just going straight and issuing a fine, we're gonna have kids try a program when their first offense for vaping.
And that's gonna be run through the program, is that what I said?
Monroe?
I just-
What she said.
Thank you.
I remember it now.
Anyone else?
I do. So
Okay.
with regards to vaping, I know it's not specifically to this topic, but do we have in our bathrooms that the,
Halos.
no, I understand that, but do we have notifications that this premises is being monitored? And the reason why I ask is I was at the District 11 Championships at Easton Middle School, and it was clear in English and Spanish that these are being monitored. So if we don't give those folks the opportunity, if you're gonna be stupid enough to do it, at least we told you not to do it, and we're monitoring.
I don't think it happens a lot during our evening events. I think it's happening during the school day, but I think it's been addressed.
It should be for everyone.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
should,
I agree.
that's the rule.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a sign in the bathroom. I really don't.
Yeah.
You mean stated outside, right? Outside before they enter there, so they know that.
It's actually, when you walk into, it's a split bathroom, and you turn left, go into the men's room, obviously where I went to, and that's where it was, in English and Spanish.
I do not believe we have that in the bathroom, but that's something we can look into.
I just think it would be, especially as we, to visitors, yeah, hey, just don't be stupid.
Yeah.
But also
Right.
to the people who are there every day.
Anyone else?
Maybe we get a picture of that, Mr. Krasinski, if you reach out to the Whitehall Athletic Director. Easton, excuse me.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
Operations, Mr. Smith.
Evening. Tonight I'm seeking approval of item 12A.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Galler, seconded by Mr. Walters. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
Moving on to business management, Mrs. Smith.
Tonight I'm requesting approval of items 13B through 13I, items 13J and 13K.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Surface, seconded by Mr. Kaczynski. Is there any discussion?
Yes, may I have some explanations of the boundless 1 and 2 there, boundless federal funding? It says, cost for category 1 is $1,600, category 2, 3%.
Boundless, that's. This is assistance for us to obtain the E-rate program, which is funding for any technology that we
So
can.
what I'm saying is the E-rate grant is there and then this person is the one that's writing for us, or?
They help us obtain it and to acquire the proper materials that can go under that grant.
Okay.
And it's a 70-30 split, so it's worth it.
Okay. No, it's just,
Yeah,
and
that's
then-
what that was.
okay. And that other one, which is, the second one here, final site. It's renewal.
Yeah, that's gonna be, this is actually for mass notifications. So, we were looking into Blackboard Connect as having some issues, right? We've all discussed that. Final Site is actually gonna be, one of the solutions. Final Site was the owners of Blackboard Connect. So we are shifting away from that. And this is actually changing, so we got rid of that mass notification piece as of July 1. So we're shifting providers, but they're still providing our website. So this is just that, contract change.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And that motion carries.
I'm also requesting approval of item 14B.
So moved.
Second,
I have a motion by Mrs. Surface, seconded by Mr. Kaczynski. Is there any discussion?
I'm not sold on, I'm just, I mean, go into it more about what the actual contract is, but $42,000, 1 year to help somebody, right, that's the value.
Well, that's not the only thing. You want to talk to the government.
Sure. So there's a lot more to it than just that one aspect. It's actually integrated with all of our Google Classroom platforms at this point. So whether it be Google Meet, whether it be Slides, whether it be Gmail, like all of it has that attached to it. So the ability to modify, change, utilize it to it makes things more efficient, is the best way to put it. So it's not writing lessons or anything like that. As a matter of fact, when we approve policy, it's not to be used for that, but it is to help engage and enhance the learning of our students by making the job a little more efficient and more comprehensive for our teachers. So there's a lot more to it than just like, oh, it's a lesson learning software. There is training that's going to be provided to our faculty on this in February. It's going to give them much more in depth on how they can utilize it and what they can actually do with it. But that's not really this.
I just started to, I mean, I'm just letting you know, but
Was there a plan B?
As far as if this isn't accepted, well, plan B is to stay status quo, right? I mean, when we're looking at how we can enhance, and honestly, even the innovation of where education is going, part of this is so our teachers and faculty members can learn about this tool and therefore be able to communicate it better with their students. We are moving into a generation where AI is going to be used much more by our students moving forward. And I do think that moving forward, our faculty should have a much better grasp of what it can do and utilize that. And also learn what it looks like so they can also identify when students are using it and how they can help them use it appropriately.
I think the large majority of the grant.
So, go ahead.
Are we a front runner here, or other schools in the district, are the teachers using any, whether it's Gemini or any other type of AI technology?
There are other schools that are using AI technology. I would say that we are, I don't want to use the word front runner because that makes it sound like we're the first group to do it, and that's not the case at all. Different schools are using different AI applications. We chose Gemini because it does incorporate with what we're using, which are Google platforms. So that was the choice. And we did look at multiple platforms and we identified the best option.
Would it be detrimental if we ask for this to be tabled and have a discussion or bring us additional research, but maybe even a sample of what it does at our next work session?
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess I would, for 42, the 42,000, just like I went, and, I'd like to understand it better, that's just me personally, but, I mean, I understand it's grant money, but still, I personally would like to understand the usage of it more than, but that's me. So I don't know what the pleasure would be here.
Are you making a motion to the table then?
And then just kind of go off of that, do we have a breakdown of what percentage of it would be grant funded? Like, is it 25%? Say again?
Yeah, it is actually.
Okay, that is actually larger than I thought.
So it's like 75%.
There's a motion to table. I just want to clarify, I heard a couple folks willing to suggest a motion to table. Has there been a motion to table or?
Not yet.
I didn't know if that's what Sue.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually don't make a motion, but I mean, I
Okay.
can. I would like to make a motion to table.
All right.
I'll second.
All right.
Is there any-
Generally, there's no debate on a procedural motion, so we would just vote to see if it's tabled. If it's tabled, it can always come back at a next legislative session.
Any more discussion? Oops, sorry, you told me I couldn't do that, sorry.
We
You
do a
just
vote.
did.
We do a vote.
I'm so used to it. All those in favor?
Hold on, are we
Okay.
favoring of tabling it, or are we favoring of?
You would vote yes to table it.
It's just a table.
It's just to table it, the item, yeah. Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so it is tabled.
Yep.
Okay, moving on under new business, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Just very briefly, and this is a kind of breaking legal news this evening. There was and we had mentioned this several months ago with regard to Title IX. And new regulations went into place in August. And then a whole bunch of lawsuits ensued, one of which actually occurred in, I believe it's the Sixth Circuit, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, that area. Well, today, actually it was yesterday, a federal judge in the circuit issued a nationwide injunction on the rule. Thus, and we were already under kind of a separate injunction issue in Kansas. It's now over. In other words, the regulations from August are dead. I do not anticipate that the Trump administration will want to advocate for President Biden's regulations. So at this point, I would anticipate we're back to the previous regulations, which were put in place by President Trump before. That makes complete sense. And I think there will actually be more on that topic as we get into the new administration anyway. But nevertheless, what was pretty significant legal changes in the summer are now no longer applicable. So just want to give you that update.
Thank you. Pleasant Valley citizens, at this time, would anybody like to address the board? Again, there's a 3-minute limit. Please come to the podium. State your name and the township that you reside in, please.
Hi, Ann Gravel Polk. I took offense last meeting when someone on the board said, well, it's only a $3 raise. I did some math. I'm going to use my tax bill as an example. My tax bill for school taxes last year was $3,834.92, which means I have to come up with a monthly amount of $319.58 just to pay that tax bill alone. The average salary in this county is $50,000, which means monthly someone makes $3,846.15. Out of that, you have to subtract the $319.58 I have to pay every month so I can pay my school taxes. Out of that, again, I'm using my own personal rounding. My electric bill is $290. My cable bill is $190. I pay $400 a month for my medical insurance. I pay basically $200 a month for gas, and I pay roughly $100 towards my county and township bill, which, by the way, is going up, okay? Both on the township level and on the county level. So that figure will go up, okay? With all that, I'm down to left for $1,080.84 a month. Out of that, I still did not take out my homeowner's insurance, which is basically $167 a month, my car insurance, which is $106 a month, okay? And now I haven't even, that takes me down to only $800 a month. I have not done food, clothing, credit cards, and God forbid I have a car payment. How is a person supposed to live with $800 a month? When you say it's only $3, it's a lot of money for somebody. Maybe you guys should think long and hard on how much you raise our taxes, because we are getting hit on every single aspect. And like I said, I took offense. It's only $3. To you, it may only be $3. But to the senior citizen down the street who has to pay $300 for one medication, and we all know they do it. This is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of money you guys are asking from us. We don't have it anymore. You guys have to do something. Thank you.
Learn to live within your means.
Denise Oakley, Chestnut Hill Township. So Mr. Fitzgerald, why did you answer for the board? When you answered me, because you even stated that you're just an advisor and you shouldn't be making up the mind for the board. So that's how I interpret it. You're just an advisor. The board can answer if they want. You shouldn't be answering for them. Okay? The other thing I have is that I wanted to say about the grievances instead of the grievance effect. Why aren't the administrators being personally accountable for these kind of costs and fees and unjust actions? People know what's going on, and at a minimum, the behavior should warrant a reprimand in their permanent records and serve as a mark against their professional history. Why is there no escalated reprimand for individuals who repeatedly engage in the same type of detrimental behavior? Work it out, conflict resolution. You shouldn't be spending all this money. It's unacceptable the superintendent who leads them allows the grievant approach and continue to go unchallenged. We have to improve these negotiation skills overall in communication with the administration, faculty, and staff. And we already addressed the cyber with the teachers having something, all their jobs going somewhere else with ingenuity instead of having our own teachers who are fabulous. Okay, now down to the questions. I don't know if it was, I have them here right in front of me. So the questions I had was which board members had input into the renovation bids and budgets? And then the other question I had was, why are we spending the money on renovations for robotics and physics when we don't even have the teachers in-house? Because you're going to use STEM for other areas, but that's not my understanding. Instead, we have to subcontract out those courses too. You answered some of the questions, and I'm just going to finish with this. When you hold all the documents related to these questions, you are the only one who can answer these questions. Therefore, you hold all the answers. Why are you dodging it? You would prefer all stakeholders follow, don't ask, so I won't tell, and that's not going to happen here.
Jenna Rudolph, Chestnut Hill Township. Mr. O'Keefe, at the December meeting, you had asked about look at Ed Puzzle and 99 math. Mrs. Howard responded that Ed Puzzle we stopped using last year, and she said, quote, "We have taken nothing away this year." But that statement is directly contradictory to what was communicated to the faculty in November. They received information that they would not be allowed to use those 3 items after winter break. So technically, Dr. Howard knew that they would be going away, and I believe she chose to sidestep an actual correct answer, which is still, in my opinion, not good. Also in the presentation with the Bears Academy, Mr. Kresge showed a clip of a student using Lookit. Secondly, at the December meeting, Dr. Conrad stated he has no problems giving administrators flex time for obligations that go beyond their contract duties, but it doesn't seem that the same courtesy is given to faculty members who are sometimes hounded for not volunteering for things outside of school in their contractual hours. In addition, or similar to that, was the LRO. I know last year teachers were paid $58 an hour through a grant. This year we talked about it, it was discussed at the board meeting, they're paid, I believe it was $35, which is through the district, and I understand that the grant money ran out. But I do believe that the program is still just as important, and the teacher's time outside of school day is just as valuable. It was insinuated that it was a lack of interest on the part of the teachers, and I don't believe that's actually the case. And the last thing, at the December 5th meeting, Mr. Gaziski recommended a community committee, and I know that was brought off and wasn't talked about. Mrs. Kresge, you said it could be discussed it mentioned that it had to be for a specific reason. And I was gonna talk a little bit more about that, but I do see that it's on your working session agenda for tonight, so I am glad to see that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else approach the podium, Pleasant Valley School Directors, does anyone have anything this evening?
Yeah, how is our dual enrollment going? I know we're working on those issues that students were getting credits last year and getting back.
They did from last year, this week, they cut it.
I know they didn't receive last year, you said we.
This year, everybody's enrolled, and I know, CR, you might know the total number.
The total number is that if all students get the minimum required grade from the respective concurrent schools, we have the potential of our students earning 403 college credits while they are in high school.
That's that's definitely.
And I know that, we made sure that they're re-registered again for the second semester.
Okay. Another one's PE, PBI, what are you? Yeah.
She's there.
Are you guys, how is it going with subs and your reading specialists and math specialists? Are they still being used to an extent? All the reason I did, because I know with all this testing coming up, and things like that, I really hope that we're not pulling them for subs when they should be working with our students, because that, I know, I see the worry look on your face, like,
No,
I don't know how I'm
I'm
gonna answer
thinking,
this
I'm
because
trying
I
to
can't,
think,
I don't.
the testing is this week, so I'm like going back to the staff absences in my head, trying to remember exactly what it was like. We have had subs in, there was actually 2 people I had never seen before today, which was nice to see. So we are getting some, new subs in, which is really nice to see. I won't say that there were I can tell you that no math specialists were booked today. I do believe reading specialists did help out today during reading testing. Whether or not they were the ones testing or they were covering the classroom, I can't be 100% sure.
I just meant on a regular basis.
On a regular,
So-
this
so
was the
now,
testing
so
week,
they're
sorry.
They're gonna cover during this period, and
It
instead of bringing
definitely,
a sub in, we'll
Right.
just use our reading specialists throughout the day.
if need be, of course, we do. But it definitely, honestly, from my perspective, has been definitely better this year even than last year.
So our first is we will go for a sub.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Just wanna make sure that we.
No, absolutely.
Okay. And
Sorry, I
one-
didn't mean to speak for Lauren.
No, that's
Sorry.
okay, yeah, I think you answered it really well. And I know at least at PBI, it's, a period schedule.
Yes.
So, and like our guidance secretary will push out every morning, like if these are the periods that we need a sub for, if anyone wants to, like they offer that option just for staff to just voluntarily pick it up. And usually most of the time, that is what happens.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah, because they'll get like paid for it.
Yeah. We put out a survey at the beginning of the year, if anybody wants to, give up their prep and do that, for a pay prep, then they can do that as well. So sometimes if, there's first period needs to be covered and there's a teacher that volunteers to give up their first period because they have prep, then they would fill in, before we would ever pull a reading and math specialist, and that's only in the event that we didn't have a sub.
Because we're hearing all this thing, like, we're not getting extra people out for tutoring and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, that's after school, yeah, okay, but during the school, their first priority is our reading specialist should be with those kids, and I'm hoping that's where. Okay. One other thing, and I'm only asking this, and he's gonna freak out, Mr. Jim, our AD, could you please elaborate on the closing of the gyms starting next year, like for the renovations, what are gyms are going to be?
Mr. Smale and I, we're getting in.
I just only, because some coaches came and say, well, no one told us we weren't gonna be in for, is it a certain period of time, years, how are we looking at that?
So I asked all coaches to give me a 3-year outlook of their intramurals. I have their seasons, of course, just so we know and match those up to the phasing plans that are with the plans. Our goal is to match up as best we can where we need to put them based upon where the phasing is. And again, those calendars are due tomorrow to me so that I can sit down and kind of overlay everything and then meet with Randy and then Mr. Smale and then, let people know where we need to put them for practices, games, or whatever.
But it also goes back to the educational part, like physics classes. So are they gonna be closing down the main gym?
No. No, we should have, we're projecting to put a new floor in and bleachers over the summer,
Right.
so that anybody that was gonna plan on using the gym during the summers.
Oh, yeah, no. I just want to make sure we want to lose, because I said, whatever, and again, this is just for the community.
Now, that's barring any lateness or, if something comes in late or whatever, and we'll have to look to see where we can move people.
Right.
If, something is not on track for timing wise.
I'm just trying to stop it at saying that the main gym is gonna be closed, and then the whole gym's gonna be closed for the cafeteria. It's like, what they're gonna do with their phys ed class? So I kind of like just want you to let everyone know.
I mean, Dr. Howard's actually working on that right now as far as where people are gonna be throughout the phasing project, classrooms and gym classes, things like that, but I mean, we're gonna do our best to make sure we have the gym area open. I think it's gonna affect the outside group. We're mainly gonna affect.
Yeah.
I don't feel impacted during the school day.
That's.
The older gym, yes, but not the.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else?
I did jump on some few things here.
Sure.
I was brought up about taxes earlier. And I just want to just give some feedback here. I can remember in the 2010s, or the 20-teens, whatever we call it back then, a decade. Remember I had a conversation with my wife and how excited she was each year during that time to hear that we had a 0% increase on our taxes. And my first comment back to her, this is not a good thing. And for several years, we had a 0. And the reason this is not a good thing is because when you look at our budget overall, and I'm gonna throw a number, I'm probably off on it, but about approximately 75% might go towards salary somewhere in there. Around 70% goes towards salary. That's a huge chunk of our money from our taxpayers. But every year, there's raises involved. Every year, there's something called PSER contributions are going up. For those who don't know what PSERs, that's the state retirement system. So as employees get raises, the contributions go up based on what their pension is set up for, a monthly contribution and a match going into, depending on how long they've been in the system. And additionally, there's a third variable, which based on contractual increases with the medical benefits. So while I don't want to pay a lot of taxes, those three things are always going to be there each year. So if somebody can come up with a solution on how to make us come in at 0 without impacting employment here at our school, but still having to deal with those three variables, I'd like to know the secret on it, because all districts would like to do it. Those things go up every year on us, and we as a board, it's there. We have no control over PSER contributions. PSERs back in 2012 changed how employees were being brought into the system as a way to lessen the blow to the system. So employees that were hired after that point do not have the same contribution set up as what those prior to did. So they did come up with that there. But the raises, let's face it, everybody wants a raise every year. Even if you're in your own job, you want a raise each year. Those raises are going in, but that also gets compounded by the contributions that go into the state pension funds. And what it ends up being for the medical benefits, those raises are dependent upon what's negotiated. We're currently starting our negotiation with the teachers right now. We'll see what it comes out being. But I personally, as a taxpayer, don't expect a 0%, because I know the money's got to come from somewhere. And if we're not doing it, we're going to pay for it one way or another somewhere down the road. So I just wanted people to understand that there's a lot more variables going on with the money. And there's things that we do not have control over in those respects. And the PSER contributions is a big thing. Again,
Well, it's a big thing when you get contributions twice. The taxpayer not only pays the teacher her salary, and they put into PSERs, which is part of their union, but when the school district matches it, I'm paying twice for something.
All
and that's contractual.
I understand that. Well, maybe that.
How about we take this conversation
I pay my
up?
own insurance.
And please,
Understood, but I'm just putting some stuff out there for people to have a bigger understanding of this.
Gravy train has to
Yeah.
stop. We can't
All right.
afford it.
Not disagreeing with you on it. That was just my thing. I just want to make people understand a little bit more about it. That was it. I'm done.
I'm sorry, I do want to just add to that, because I did, based on one of the meetings we had in November, December, I can't remember. I did go through, there's actually a website where you can pull across the country, schools that are similar in size with a population that is of the same economic background. And I pulled quite a few of those. It pulls comparable districts. You can pick how many you want to pull, 10, 20, 30. And when you look at them, our salary and the percentage of our salary is right on par with what those school districts are. Our percentage isn't out of whack. It's normal for salaries to be 70 to 75%. If we want to bring in teachers and we want to bring in staff, that we need to pay them what our neighboring school, we need to be closer to the average of our neighboring school districts, or we need to be competitive, or they're not gonna come here and teach, and that's what we need. We need people that are gonna come, and we need people that are gonna
Ann,
stay.
please, I'm asking Ann,
But
please.
It's not compared to, we have to compare it to the teacher salary, or we are not gonna get the teachers here.
Okay, and I've asked three, this is my third time, so,
Sorry.
okay, thank you.
I got a question.
No, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
sorry.
this is board
I'm
comment.
sorry, I did wanna make one other comment, and
sure.
that, well, actually, I think it's two other comments. The other comment was around the awareness and involvement on the renovation project. That is something that we've been talking about as a board and having input on for at least the last 12 months, like maybe even as many as 18 months. We have been talking about it and covering it with all of us here in the working session, so we have all had input on that. And then the only other comment I'm gonna make is around, and I don't remember who said it, so I don't remember exactly who brought it up, but it was around, a comment around comp time for administrators versus teachers, and just in general, not specifically related to the teachers union that we're dealing with here, just in general. Number one, there are two different contracts. Number two, it is far easier to be amicable with a smaller group of people than it is with a contract dealing with 300. Inevitably, when you do those kinds of things in a contract with 300 people, people are gonna get mad, grievances are gonna come up, so it's easier to manage with a smaller group of people, but more importantly, they are managed by two different contracts. I'm done now.
Okay.
Yeah, there were two former employees that passed away over the holiday break. I was gonna say something at the moment of silence, but I just wanted to recognize them and, thoughts and prayers to their families. It's Miss Sizemore and what was the other name?
The two employees, Kath Sizemore, I can't remember. What? Mickey?
The last one.
All right. Well, I just wanted to, during the moment of silence, I wanted to.
Oh, she didn't hear me.
Claudia Mickey.
Claudia
Thank you.
Mickey. Anyone else? Okay, superintendent's remarks, please, Dr. Conrad.
Sure, just, so I just wanted to say congratulations to our high school varsity cheerleaders. They placed second place at the districts last Saturday. It's really exciting to see how excited they were for their accomplishment. They move on state, so that's incredible for the team, and we're obviously incredibly proud of them. Also, congratulations to PVH MCTI students Ryan Fedoshi for winning the pin design for the Skills USA competition, and Kaylee Klinger for designing the winning cover for the Skills USA publication. This is something that we go down to Bethlehem. Our administration team actually very proudly witnesses the great work being done by our students. Most of our students actually advance on to Skills USA, so it's really exciting to see. We're looking forward to that actually coming up in just about a week or so. Here we go. The competition is taking place on Wednesday, January 22nd. So again, we're so proud of our students. And lastly, I just want to let you know that our district had sent out communication this evening regarding a nationwide data breach with PowerSchool. So PowerSchool is a product that we use in our district for our student information system. What was communicated out is that our district does not store social security numbers of our students. We actually use what's called PPID, and we use different numbers for our students. PowerSchool, is communicating that they're obviously aware of the breach. They've notified schools. And, as we hear additional information of how it impacts our students and families, we'll certainly communicate that out. I explained to the board this evening that right now they're doing a forensic analysis on the depth of the breach. But we don't know how that directly impacts Pleasant Valley School District. So obviously more is forthcoming, but I just want to make people aware. And in the communication that was sent out, just for parents and just to take a look at, if you're seeing suspicious emails or, phone calls or things, just be a little bit mindful because we don't know where it could be coming from, but just want to make sure, we communicate that out to our families. And again, this is not our district. This is Power School, which is a product that our district utilizes. So, but more to come on that, I assume. So that's all I have.
It was nationwide.
It was nationwide. It was across, actually, North Carolina, Louisiana, school districts pretty much all across the country have been reporting out information. So I'm sure it'll be kind of the big news this evening as well across the country. So just wanted to let you know. And that's all I have this evening.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll go into our working session meeting.
About 5 minutes left.
And the first item on our agenda this evening is transportation. And it looks like Mrs. Smale's going to kick that off.
We switched it up a little bit tonight because we have a guest host this evening that's going to go over our efficiency analysis for first student for bus routing. I'm going to try really hard to get his name right. Randall.
That's correct.
I got it right. So Randall from first student is going to review the efficiency analysis for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody can hear me okay? Okay, so my name is Ronald Riek. I'm a writing consultant with First Student. We've provided a PowerPoint that goes over basically how routing works at Pleasant Valley and how we approach routing at First Student with an eye on efficiency. Okay, so first of all, at the First Student and at the Pleasant Valley student location, routing is handled by our routing services team. Okay, so we have and this is nationwide, a 60-member routing services team of routers, and these routers mostly work remotely and collaboratively online with on-site staff, with the local dispatchers, managers, and so on, and often and of course the school district staff as well. Okay, each router is part of a team of 4. All 4 are cross-trained on each other's site, and that allows seamless coverage when it comes to vacation or sick days and so on. So there's always somebody who knows the routing that's available if the main router is out. Okay, the router is also trained on all the major computerized routing software at Pleasant Valley. That's Edgelog, but there's also Verstrans, Traversa, TransFinder. Those are the big 3, and they're all cross-trained on those. Okay, and there's 2 main advantages we find to this approach. The first one has to do with knowing the software. Okay, so they have expertise in all the main softwares, and that takes a while to develop. They're also trained in writing basics. The second major advantage has to do with employee retention and backup. So it's a good environment to work in. So we maintain a strong retention rate, and we've always got backups in terms of, like I said, sick days, and if vacations and so on. Basically, when riders are absent. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next slide. This is a list of basic school bus routing terms and definitions. Okay, the main one a lot of these are common sense, but the main one I want to point out is the distinction between a bus run and a bus route. Okay, a route is the sum. We refer to a route as the sum total of what a school bus does in the day. And a run is a sequence of stops servicing a particular school, or in the case of Pleasant Valley, a pair of schools. Okay, so here, typical route consists of 2 AM runs, your high school, middle school, and your elementary, intermediate, and same thing at the PM. Okay, and we would refer to that as a double route or 2-tier route. Next slide, this is the executive summary. Normally, this is just so you can, obviously, just so you can look at all the findings up front. If you don't have time to read the whole thing, I'm going to skip this for now and I'll come back. Okay, in terms of methodology, this is a writing overview, and we're focusing on efficiency. So some of the key questions we ask are, okay, what impact at any district does the bell schedule have? Are we running an appropriate number of routes? Okay, are the routes created designed so that they're at their most efficient? And if you were looking to reduce routes, what would that look like? What would you have to do? Okay, in terms of our methodology, in order to address these questions, okay, first of all, we outline the key transportation factors that affect any district. Okay, we look at your bell schedule material, and that has a major impact at any given district. Okay, in this case, we pulled your Edgelog data from November 2024. We put together a summary of key routing metrics. We took a close look at your route timeline. That's a graph that shows the work assigned to each bus. We did a high-level review of run composition. That's how runs are designed, okay, to see how it stacks up against our best practices. And again, we looked at what would need to be done if you wanted to reduce routes, right? Okay, in terms of, I mentioned overview and key transportation factors that affect the district. So just a few outlined here. District covers 114 square miles, mostly rural, hilly terrain, small communities dotted within. You got about 4,300 students. And the population, the student population stayed pretty steady since we last did a study, that was in 2019. You've got 4 public schools running on 2 sets of bell times, so 2 pairs of schools, each share bus rides. In terms of transportation, you've got 55 big buses handling regular ed routes and 34 small buses and vans, and that's for special needs and out-of-district programs. Okay, this report is focusing on the 55 big buses. Okay, another, this slide is also to do with some district transportation parameters. A couple of points here. Seating guidelines, 2 per seat for high school, middle school students, and up to 3 per seat for elementary, intermediate school students. Okay, in this district, the guideline is to reserve a seat for all eligible riders, which is everybody. So you're looking at, for a high school, middle school run, probably around, I mean, in a 72 passenger bus, 48 kids would be the max for high school, middle school. In theory, 72 for elementary, intermediate. In practice, it's really more 60 to 65 that works. Another key detail is you've got 55 buses potentially accessing your school loading zones. That's a lot in and out of a parking lot, lining up and so on. And that's obviously is going to contribute to traffic congestion, can slow things down, especially in the afternoon in and around the schools. Okay, so we can take a look at the current state. First thing is the bell schedule analysis. Okay, so what is the impact of your bell schedule? So you got a 2-tier system, high school, middle school first, followed by intermediate and elementary. Okay, in the morning, there's a lot of time. So if you look at your earliest school, AM bell 7:20 for the high school, 9 o'clock for the elementary, that's a lot of time. In the afternoon, things get quite a bit tighter, okay, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First reason is your high school and middle school have longer instructional days, right? So that's going to squeeze time a little bit, 10 to 15 minutes longer, okay? And the other big reason is just in general, in terms of school bus transportation, it's a lot more time consuming to get into a school and out in the PM than it is in the AM, where buses simply, they can go in and out of the school loading zones, unload, and they're out of there a couple of minutes. Okay, but the process is a whole lot longer, and you've got all that congestion as well. So it's much tighter in the PM. So if you take your second school, right, it's a bell time of 2:30, and what we found is that buses are typically departing from there from about 2:38 to 2:44 is a typical range, right? And the preferred time of arrival is 3:30 at the elementary intermediate campus, right? So really, when you look at that, 3:30 is, a little bit earlier than the bell time, so that's the preferred time for arrival. But when you look at that, you're really talking about 36 to 42 minutes of what we call operating time, right? So that includes getting out of high school, middle school, doing the bus run, and deadheading back. In all other periods, that is in the morning, first tier in the morning, second tier in the morning, and second tier in the afternoon, you have the potential to for a run to go as long as 45 to 60 minutes, which is usually the preferred maximum at any district. So the big takeaway here is that the number of routes that you're running is really determined by your first tier in the PM. That's how much time is available for your high school, middle school routes, and that time is constrained. Okay, this is a breakdown of key routing metrics. First thing is, we're talking about 55 big buses here. Next thing is runs per route. That's 1.9. So essentially, you're averaging almost 2 runs per route. And so you're basically making your 2-tier bell schedule work. In terms of riders per run, if you look at that figure, that's 36.8, so 37. So even at a 2 per seat run, you're not quite hitting your full seating capacity. And again, that's because of the time is the actual limit, right? The first tier in the PM. Okay, AM runs, we come up with a figure of they average 47 minutes. Now this is based on how we're measuring it, right? Because you can see the difference between how we measure the AM versus the PM. So, and that has to do with how they're laid out in the software, right? So in the AM, we're including the time for unloading at both schools, right? And again, the morning isn't the issue; it's the PM. No. The PM figure we're using here is 33 minutes, right? So how that figure is measured is it's from the time of leaving the second school, getting out of the school, completing all the stops on the run, right? Okay, so that's your average run time in the PM from leaving the middle school. It would be
To last kid off.
the last kid off. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's say, so when you drop the last kid off, you're somewhere out in the country. So you got to deadhead back to the intermediate. Okay. So if you take 10 minutes as an average deadhead time, 33, let's say 9 to 10 minutes, that puts you right at your 43 minutes that we talked about earlier, right? So on average, your runs are using up all their time. Okay. And again, the main takeaway is time, not seating capacity, is the biggest limiting factor in terms of your school bus riding. So next, let's see. When we do these, we always look at this. This is a feature of any school bus riding software programs. In Edgelog, it's called the route display. So what you're looking at here, it might be hard to see it, at this level of detail, but let me just describe it. So across the top, there's a timeline, right? And you're looking at 2 columns, and vertically, it's each bus, right? So what you're looking at are 2 AM runs and the 2 PM runs for each bus. So it's quite apparent that if you look on the left, that's your AM. There's a lot of time between the end of the high school, middle school to the beginning of the intermediate elementary. Go to the right-hand side to the PM run. So you're starting with a high school, middle school run, and as soon as they're as soon as you end the run, you gotta be at that school, and you can see there's very little time left between the two, okay? So that's what's affecting your rides. You've only got so many time to fill up the bus, 37 assigned riders before you gotta get back to the school. Another point here is there are a few gaps in the second tier. There's 55 big buses. 51 of those have a high school, middle school, and an intermediate elementary run. There's three of the ones that don't have a intermediate elementary. They do have a shuttle. So 54 are in essence out of 55 are double tiered in one way or another. See anything more? I think that's the main points of that one. So we always look at this to see, is there a way that we could cut routes by better packaging of runs? But you can see right here, you just can't do that. The only way that you would be able to reduce a route is you've got to consolidate high school, middle school runs, and that's not very easy. So let's see next. Okay. We along with breaking down the metrics, looking at the bell schedule, checking out the route timeline to see if how the packaging works. We also do a high-level view of how the runs are created, how they're designed, right? And we've got basically from this report, I'm only going to look at one slide here, right? We don't need to go through all 6, but we've outlined all the 55 high school, middle school runs based on the different sections of the district that they're servicing, right? And in terms of, I referred to best practices. So in terms of best practices, there's really three principles we're looking at here, okay? First is that the run services a distinct neighborhood or geographic area, right? Second is there's minimal crossing paths, right? You don't want 2 buses going into the same area. Obviously, they have to access the same access roads, right? And once you've got those 2 principles in place, then you make sure that the stops are arranged in a logical sequence, okay? So when you do that, you make your runs direct, streamlined. There's no redundancy. You're not sending buses into the same place, and you're minimizing your travel time and your mileage. Okay, now you can see here that these runs, they're designed with these principles in mind. Servicing distinct neighborhoods, minimal crossing, and they're arranged in a logical sequence. You have to take into account whether it's AM or PM. That determines how you might arrange the stops. Also, right side pickups. Sometimes you kind of do them out of sequence because you've got to turn the bus around, right? So you might see that reflected here. Now, not everything can be done cleanly in every area. And what you'll notice here is there's one run called 104, right? 104, which kind of comes around, right? We refer to that as a cleanup run because basically there's a few outlying stops. Somebody's got to do it. And the rider here just determined that was the best candidate for the job for whatever reason. Maybe it's one that doesn't have a second tier, for example. Maybe it has more seating capacity left. But generally, when you look at if you look through this report, you'll see that in all the sections of the district that the routes are consistent with those principles, and poor routing or poor knowledge of the software is not a cause of inefficiency at the district, right? The routers know what they're doing. I'm going to skip through here, and we also looked at there's always when you're talking about efficiency, there's always some interest in is it possible to reduce routes, right? And sometimes that has to do, right now nationwide there's a driver shortage there's been one for several, for many years now, so. Is it possible to reduce rides? How would you do that? Now, we've already talked here. First of all, we've said that, no matter what, you'd have to get rid of high school, middle school runs, right? Okay, so how would you do that? Well, the only way you can do that is you have to let more runs operate longer, right? And I'm not talking about changing the bell times here, okay? I'm talking about just giving your current set of parameters. So the only way to let them operate longer would be to make more gaps in the second tier, right? So what that would entail is you would have to look at your elementary runs. Let's say take 5 in a geographic area and see if you can squeeze those into 4. Okay, and it would be that kind of those are the kind of numbers I'm talking about. They have to be geographically adjacent. And if you're already got 30, 40, 50 kids on a bus, you're going to need 4 or 5 runs to consolidate one, right? To to assign all of these students somewhere else. Okay. Now, once you did that, then you would be able to run some high school runs longer, right? And then you would end up, if you're lucky, you may end up with some first tier runs that don't have a second tier, and some second tier runs that don't have a first tier. And if you shuffle them around again, that's how you would try to reduce the ride. But that's what it would take. Now, whenever you do that, you need very good. It's not something you do. It's not that easy. Something that you do willy-nilly. Let me put it that way, right? You got to be confident in your head counts. There's assigned students, but you also need to know how many students are actually showing up. And you want to have good runtime tracking, right? You want to know how long these runs are taking. So you got to make sure you got that data in hand, and then there's cons in terms of route consolidation, okay? Because you're reducing your level of service, right? If you consolidate runs, you're going to create longer ride times, earlier pickups, later drop-offs. You're going to create some single tier routes, and that may affect, drivers may have concerns about that. That's going to affect how many hours they get, right? And the last thing is you're taking the slack out of the system. You're making it tighter, and that means it's going to be harder to adjust for new students and new students in their new stops, any driver absences, drivers quitting. Okay, it's reducing your overall flexibility. You don't have much room to react, right? So there's definitely cons if you try to do that. And I added a slide to this, and this one goes from left to right at the top and to the bottom. It's really just showing you what that process looks like. So starting at the top left, this is just a sample of 8 buses that are double tiered, red, the high school, middle school are red, the elementary are blue. Okay, and then what it looks like on the right after consolidation. So what you've done is you've gone to your elementary runs on the right, and you've taken out 3, right? You've put these students on somewhere else, and that makes all the remaining runs longer, right? Got to go somewhere, longer and more kids on them. And we took out, in this example, we eliminated the high school, middle school run 3 and 8, right? So we took 2 out there. This is just a hypothetical example. It's not something we did. It's just to show you how the process works, right? Now, what you've done there is to do this, you've touched all 16 runs that were in the sample, right? Every single one of them has been affected. All the kids, all the stops and so on. Okay, in this example, what we did is if you look at the second set of routes, we took 7 and we moved it down to 8. Okay, so maybe those two compare, right? So it took all that to get rid of one route, right? And you can see what you're left with. You've got, if you look at route one, there's no deadhead time. It's like you finish your run, you're right on. There's no slack in there. You finish it, you've only got time just to get to the next goal. You've got a couple of singles, 2 and 5 and 3. And then the other 6 and 8, those are also really tight. So that was just to illustrate how that works. I'm gonna go back to the executive summary and just run down real quick the major takeaways again. Okay, so you're operating 55 buses, 2-tier schedule, 51 serving routes from both sets of schools. 3 of the others have shuttles. The PN schedule is more compressed. That's the first tier in the PN is that determines your number of routes. Your average load per run is 37 riders, and that's because the time in that first tier is too compressed. So you can't quite fill up more seats, right? You've got 55 buses going into the loading zones all at once, and that, of course, that leads to congestion, and that also extends your run times, right? We looked at how the runs are designed, and they're designed according to those 3 principles, so that's not a source of inefficiency. And finally, if you're looking at eliminating routes, we outlined that strategy for doing it, but it's difficult to get results with that, and it also involves trade-offs. And that was the last takeaway. And so that was just an overview of your writing. And that's all I had. Are there any questions? Or?
I have a bunch. So, you just gave, my head's spinning with all the information you just gave us. Full disclosure. Nice job on it, but my head's spinning right now. I'm a little confused right now. I thought we put out $8,000 a year or two ago to have a survey done. I'm looking at my board members because we did, I know we did. We put out $8,000 to have a survey done to see if we were doing to consolidate. Now that I'm hearing this, is this the result of that?
That was not for us.
What's that?
Not for first student. We did ours for free. We never took any money.
So now I'm gonna go on this. We spent $8,000 to have this done. What was the result of it? Crickets.
I can answer some of it. So there was a program that was purchased, TransFinder was purchased, and we used it to cross-check EduLaw, which is for students' routing program. We did use it in the first year. I believe it was 97 buses. We were able to use that program to cut it down to 92. This past year, Mrs. Boyd went directly down to First Student and worked with their routing person because she knows the students, she knows where they're supposed to be, she knows the area. We're actually able to get it down to 87. So in the last 2 years, we've gone down 10 runs.
Now, let me jump on another question on that then. When we talked about this, I'm having some flashbacks right now. Am I hearing the number correctly that for every bus run that we were able to consolidate was a saving of $66,000 for the school year?
Correct. It's about $400.
I just wanted to hear it. One bus run is $66,000 for the year. And that's covering the vehicle, the fuel, the salary, the benefits, all that stuff.
Just the bus.
Just for the bus itself. Okay, so again, I just bring this up because again, excellent job on the presentation. A lot of information. It just got me going. I remember that $8,000 we put out. I just want to know what we got for it.
We saved $660.
And I wanted that to be brought up tonight. I just wanted to make sure we had that. So that $8,000 was well spent. That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And the other part of this presentation was also to help that
unless we would like to put our students on the bus for longer periods of time, we've kind of reached the point now where we cut everything that we can cut.
I'm good with this.
With working together with First Student.
The maximum time we have, the 45 to 60 minutes, that's students on the bus, not total run time, route time.
So it's from the time that they pull out of the school. So it's really basically like PBE and I. They load at PBI, that load time, it takes approximately 10 minutes, let's say, to get all the kids on the buses, and then the buses can roll out.
Okay.
They go to PBE, they load at PBE. So we don't really count the time that they're in, we're not waiting for all the kids to load the bus.
Right.
So they roll out of PBE approximately 4 o'clock. So from the time they leave the last school, which would be PBE, till the last student is dropped off.
That's what the maximum time is.
That's what the maximum time
And
is,
so
yes.
in the morning, that maximum time doesn't include, if someone has to go all the way up to the mountain before they pick up a student, it doesn't include that time in the maximum time. Empty.
It would be the first pickup. The
It's
first
from
time
the first
student,
pickup,
yeah,
okay.
it's when the first student gets on the bus.
Okay.
And until they get to PB, to their school. And we're really constrained more in the afternoon because those buses have to be at PBI by between 3:30 and 3:45.
Okay.
And they're not rolling out of the middle school until about 2:38, 2:40. So we don't really have a lot of wiggle room. So if we were to eliminate buses, then the buses out already would be longer than the 45 minutes, which then means the buses would be late getting to PBI, the next school. So our hands are kind of tied with the time
where we are
constraint because of the rural areas that we're going, and it's taking, a lot of times it takes 20 minutes just to get to the area where the kids live.
Yep. Okay.
So, I mean, we looked at what TransFinder had, and, I was more involved with, into their Edgelog routing system and working with their router, and we were able to get it down. We did have to actually add one special needs bus, because we have had a bunch of special needs kids, which that fluctuates a lot, as they come and have to go out of districts and whatnot, but we're the lowest we've ever been in the past 6 years, as far as how many routes we have.
And as far as cluster stops, I don't know how to ask this, but our drivers are not changing any stops, right? Like what we've routed is what they're doing. Like, I know it happens, like, well, can't you just, instead of stopping,
Yeah.
at my drive,
We've eliminated all of that, so they're following strictly what's routed.
What's routed?
We do have exceptions, there are students that,
I get that.
on a case by case may
Mhm.
need to get house picked up.
Right, I get that.
But yeah, we are, and as.
The drivers are not changing, I guess ultimately my
Yeah.
question is, the drivers are not changing the routes.
No, and we have written up some drivers that have strayed from the routes. So they know, like, we're not
Okay.
changing,
Okay.
the parents can cry and, beg and,
Mhm.
no.
Okay.
I have a question about staffing. Have you guys had any issues with staffing and any turnover? And then my kind of second part to this, do you see a lot of interest from our specific community when it comes to finding bus drivers?
Yeah, so basically everybody is, I won't say everybody, there's a small percent that are outside of our community, but mostly everybody's in community. And it's weird because we get so excited because we'll have like a whole influx of people come in, like, oh, we're gonna have 10 new drivers, we're all. And then next thing you know, it's like, oh, two are retiring, somebody's moving, and we're always thinking like, we're always ahead, and then what comes in goes out. It's the weirdest thing. We get 3, we lose 2, so we gain 1. So, and we advertise and we've done all the things that we can do, all the tricks, and we do paid training and stuff like that, because A lot of companies do it now, so that's what we're doing. We're helping them pay for their CDLs, we pay for their clearances, we're doing all the things to help get them in the door. A lot of times they do come to the door, they don't even have the money to put out to get a job. They can't pay for the clearances, they can't pay for certain things, so now we do that for them, so that it speeds up the process, because we cannot, and we do not want to fail our district. We need to have drivers in the door, and we need them as fast as we can. So we've even progressed in our training. It's much faster now, where we didn't shortcut it, but now they can do it online from home. They don't have to come out of their house, they don't have to leave their jobs that they have at the moment. So things are getting evolving, just like here by us, so much better. The process of getting people indoors quicker. Now, if we just keep them in there, and then you have, they go out on health issues, and they're out for a little while, 3 months, they're back, next thing we know, the next person's got a knee, they gotta go out, so, it's a constant battle.
Thank you.
So what's the recommendation as to how often this survey gets done to make sure that we're staying on top of the best routing that we can have to optimize what we have back to efficiency?
Honestly, we run the most efficient program that we can. That's what we strive on, and that's why it was so great when we brought them on. I think I got them, when did you start routing? 20?
Services, 24.
I think so. Yeah, it was right around COVID. COVID is when we brought in the routing team, and amazingly, we were running the way we were doing it, which was from back in the day when Pleasant Valley had it. It was running just as efficient. Our problem with the number of changes, believe it or not, is the special needs. Special needs is what causes our influx and decrease. You have kids coming and going out of district, special needs. What we have this month, Tina, last month, 20 of them come in. So it's a constant monopolizing of the buses so that we don't have to create new routes. So what we're doing is we have this route with this bus, and this bus is now full, but we just had a new kid come in and needs to be on this bus. Or this bus is full. So now we have to figure out, can we take somebody off this bus and put it on another bus, another child, without increasing their time on the bus, because they're special needs, we don't want to do that. Does it always work? No, it doesn't always work, but we might be able to move put a student someplace else, again, efficiently, so we don't have to add more routes. It could be very easily to say, this bus is full, let's make another route. That's not how we operate. We do what we can to try and keep everything efficient.
So you are routinely doing this surveying?
We don't run a survey per se, we run everything efficiently, like, we have calls weekly with our router that isn't even here, they're on a phone, they're mapping, and that's what they do. They will tell us if we need, Dina knows, because we pull Dina in if there's an issue, they will tell us that when we need to add a route or not add a route, that they're totally out of options of what they can do unless it comes to increasing runs or anything like that. So I honestly don't think that this efficiency study needs to be done all the time, because that's what we constantly do.
We're kind of monitoring it weekly. I mean, even sometimes daily, but we do have weekly meetings with the routing team. And sometimes if they, don't know, well, what can we do with this student? It's like a juggling act. And we say, okay, well, we can, put this student on a different bus and, move kids around, keeping them within the time limit and not having to add runs.
So it's essentially being done live, and your biggest is at the beginning of the year, and then throughout the year, you're constantly evaluating it based upon your metrics that you're getting of what you're getting.
We constantly look at it, and
anytime that we have to add a route or think of adding a route, it's not like we willy-nilly say, we're just gonna add a route. So we bring everybody into it, we bring Dina into it, Dina talks to Tim. Like, we have the backup behind it to show. It's not like we're down there just throwing things in. We've always been like that. We've been fair. Like, we have buses that we know that we can consolidate. We've done so. And again, the only thing that I see that causes a flux, it's always our minis. We're always doing that.
take it.
But the 115 through effort, down that lane, now it's gonna switch, that's gonna cause a new shift in there.
Yeah, half of our fleet was affected by that, which added time to the run, but we can't control that.
Yeah.
Um,
And again, when that stuff happens, we are on with our routers.
Yeah.
All the routers are with the team effort.
Yeah. Because then we try to figure out which detour
They can
can they take to see it still,
Ridiculous.
yeah, so.
Anyone else?
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the second item on, under transportation
On that
is 115, right?
Yeah, so the next phase of that construction, they were originally anticipating doing the flip, shutting down southbound, opening up northbound. They were originally talking about January 22nd. PennDOT now has pushed that off to the spring. Yes, so they're not doing any changes until the spring. And the one thing they did throw out in the middle, last minute was Merwinsburg Road. So I got notified on Monday that come Wednesday, they shut Merwinsburg Road down between 115 and Pheasant Road. So our buses that come from the other way of Merwinsburg can turn on Pheasant Run Road and detour that way. We also have Valley, the Valley Road is also the other detour. So while we thought, okay, no changes now, then they threw that Merwinsburg Road, but it hasn't seemed to affect the buses too much because we were kind of anticipating it, we just didn't know when. So my PennDOT contact is very good, like he always gives me a heads up, like, hey, we're talking about closing this and closing that. And then he always gives me enough time to at least plan for the busing, how we're gonna do it. They even had one of the signs placed where it was good for the cars that were pulling out, but it was in the line of the buses. And I said, like, you have to move that sign, our buses can't see. And he actually took pictures and video and sent it to me, and he said, okay, which placement do you like better? So I do have a good rapport with the PennDOT guys, so hopefully, he's always given us plenty of time to reroute and we always try to do it like, they kind of look at me a little bit more, because like their routers don't live in the area. So we know the back roads and which certain shortcuts would keep the buses going and not adding additional time, so. I mean, we're working around it as best we can.
That's all you can do.
That's all we can do.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. So hopefully there won't be any other changes until spring.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
Moving on to finance.
The capital reserve to the 2018 bond, the 2023 bond, and the 2024 bond balances at December 31st, 2024. November and December are attached. I'm going to review December's. Capital reserve available balance was $21,922,785.03. The 2018 available balance was $30,547.99. The 2023 bond account available balance is $15,635,877.49, and the 2024 bond account balance, available balance, $15,295,436.48. Does anybody have any questions on those accounts? Moving on, the next is the EPTEP report for August and September. I'll review September's 2024 balance. Our EPTEP reserve balance was $5,307.49. This is equivalent to 5.5 months of reserve. We are required to maintain a 4-month reserve, therefore we are in good position at this time. Any questions on that? Next up, I have the tax collector resolution to discuss tonight. Board of Education prior to February 15th in an election year is required to approve and pass a tax collector resolution so that the potential tax collector candidates know their salary and reimbursement from the district for the upcoming 4 years that they are going to run to serve. So the current tax collectors submitted their proposals and requests, which are columns 5 and 6. Their first scenario was a 3% increase each year of the resolution. Their second proposal was a flat 10% increase at the beginning of the contract, and then that would last through the length of the resolution. As you can see, both of these scenarios will cost the district over $35,000 plus increase over the life of the resolution. A committee of Mrs. Service, Mrs. Kresge, Mrs. Seitz, our assistant business manager, and myself reviewed the proposal and the history of the tax collector resolutions, and we ran 2 other scenarios. One flat 3% increase for the life of the resolution, and the second scenario is a 4% increase for the life of the resolution. As you can see from the charts, these options are a budget impact over the life of the resolution, which is 4 years. The first option would be a budget impact of $2,966, and the 4% would be $4,095.61. The committee's recommendation is to put forth the flat 4% increase. If the board is good with this recommendation, I would like to move forward to have the official resolution put on the January 23rd board agenda for approval. Does anybody have any questions?
So, I'm sorry, for option 1 for them was 3% each year for 4 years,
Correct,
or 10% now for 4 years.
correct. And both of those options, the 3% increase for each year is a $35,000 impact, budget impact over the 4 years.
Right.
And the second option, the second proposal that they gave is a $38,000 impact on the budget over the 4 years. There's history there too, so if you look at the history of 2 resolutions ago, there's 2 sets up there. If you look at the history, the 3% and the 10% is quite high compared to the other years of the increases.
Okay.
I did do some comparison with the other school districts. Stroudsburg is a flat fee. They don't go in different groups how we do it. It's a flat fee. They have 4 townships/boroughs, and they range from $3.35 to $3.62 per tax bill. Salaries in total are much higher, but they have a lot more properties, tax properties than we do. East Stroudsburg is $1.81 per school tax bill, flat across the board. There's no changes there.
And that, I'm sorry, the dollar amount represented there, that's per tax bill?
Which
The
column?
total.
In all of the totals, like the dollar amount, is that a per tax?
It is. So for
Bill.
the first row, each tax collector currently gets $2.54. Here, and I'm trying to read that down.
56.
$2.54 for the first 500 tax bills. Then from 501 to 1,500 tax bills, they get $1.80. And then from anything over 1,500 tax bills, they get the $1.08 or $1.06.
Oh, okay.
I think you're in the wrong column, Tim.
That's
You're in
the
the wrong
20,
column.
that was the 26, 27 column, but it explains how,
Yeah,
it explains how the rows
it's
work.
done. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was really my question.
And then there's reminders that go out. They go out in the end of November, beginning of December. So the number of reminders that go out, they get 40 cents for those. There's interim A and interim B tax bills that go out. When they go out, they're $5.25 a piece they get. And then there's the installments. Because they have to be mailed out, making installment payments, there's 3 installments. so that the second and third installment have to be tracked and sent out, so that's $1.65.
Crazy. Okay.
And we reimburse some of their expenses as well. A third. Their expenses, any expenses that the tax collectors have is split between the township, the county, and the school.
We did ask if it would make sense, because the other districts have a flat rate, if we would transition to a flat rate. But Tammy explained to us that they've got this under control, the way it's all the tiers that they have, and it's easy to do. So we figured we wouldn't rock the boat with trying to go that route. We did ask those questions. Is everybody okay with the recommendation to move with 4%?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'll move forward and have that on the next board agenda then for official approval.
Thank you.
And then the next item that I have is our senior citizen tax rebate program. We did redo this in 2022. We increased the brackets in 2022. There has been no state changes for the tax year of 2024. So we have to put this on for a resolution as well in the next, for the next board meeting. For tax year 2022, we paid out $219,893.80 to our senior citizens in tax rebates. And for tax year 2023, we have paid out $193,025.03 to our senior citizens, in tax rebates. I'm recommending no changes at this time to the senior citizen tax rebate. Nothing has changed with the state. So we don't need to change anything with ours to match the state.
So we still match.
Correct. So we're good, as long as, with none of the changes, I'll put this on also for the second meeting in January for board official approval. The state opens up February 21st, I believe it is, for filing. So as soon as they open up, we will start getting filings. And I just wanted to add a side community note, because I don't know if it gets out there to everybody. The entire business office is trained to fill out the PA 1000 and the school district form for the senior citizens. We hold 2 days every month in February, March, and April, for senior citizens can come in and we'll prepare everything for you. It's free. You just call the business office and they'll schedule an appointment. I know Jack Rader's office also does it too. And it's a free service, and everybody in the business office is trained now to do this.
Do we have that on our website?
I don't believe it is, but I can have it put on.
Thank you.
And could we also, Sue, have that in your monthly for the West End happening?
Yes.
That's, I think, what we would hit our market as
Good
well.
idea. We're working on one as we speak, so I will make a note of that.
I think I'm done. The cafeteria stuff, Ms. Sykes is going to handle for cafeteria presentations this evening.
Okay.
I could just do it right from here, it's just on the Good evening, everyone. Items, number F and G are the cafeteria meal totals for, November and December. I'm gonna go over item G, the cafeteria meal totals for December. The December breakfast meals served were 13,133. The lunch meals served were 36,434. And the after-school snacks were $5,487. The a la carte sales were $16,273.60. And then we also have item H, attached are the Whitson's monthly newsletters for October and November for your review.
Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to operations. Mr. Smale.
All right, PVE carpet was brought up. So you sit in that basin. Want me to help you with that? Come on over.
Counterclockwise, please. 90 degrees.
Put it in your sideways.
Which is the blame?
Yeah, well. All right, that's close enough. They get the gist of it.
Yeah.
So you're gonna flip it sideways. All right, so that's the main floor at PVE. The areas in orange are the A hallway, B hallway, C hallway. The one large hallway there, and there's three family rooms on that floor that we're looking to replace. Downstairs, there's 3 family rooms downstairs in the corner. You can scroll up, Jason, next one over. There you go. Those 3 rooms. So those areas there are almost 10,000 square feet of carpet to be removed. Put new VCT tile in place. I think it was 1,700 square feet or linear square feet of base molding, rubber base molding. I did talk to a vendor, probably looking at around $50,000 to have them come and do all that work. If you would like me to go further, we're gonna have to put that out to bid, because it definitely went over the threshold. I can proceed with that.
Could we just do it as we were originally doing it? Like, just so much, like, I don't know if they could do something over Easter break, Christmas break, summer, and then maybe it wouldn't have to go out if we did it in little interviews.
Buy all the material one time, but just.
Yeah, I mean, I did kind of roughly figure out if we were to do it in-house, and I was coming up with around $40,000 if we consider our guys' wages, benefits, and material. Should possibly save $5,000 to $10,000. The timeline was the problem for me, because if you want to try to do this over summer, with the renovation project coming,
That's
I'm
what
not
I mean,
sure how all the maintenance guys are gonna be there.
So you're pulling your maintenance people away from their primary.
And right, and summertime's their busy time, that's when they're trying to prep for the new school year.
I would just like a plan to see it finally get finished, because some of that carpet they're not here anymore, but some of that when I was out there for various things is really bad.
Yeah, it needs it.
Yeah.
It's due, for
Yeah.
sure.
So, I don't know what anybody else thinks, as, you want it all done at one time, or,
Keep it out of summer if we can.
Yeah.
And it is a priority 3.
Yes.
We have teachers for PVE,
Mhm.
for the renovations, for the next step.
I know.
Renovations, so we can use capital reserve funds going forward.
Okay. What's everybody think? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it,
Well, it's been there since the building was opened. Let me put it that way.
Kids eating there, and
I'm not disagreeing,
Yeah.
look at what it's costing us to do the high school, right? And that's because of failure of the past, not keeping up with the times to make it right.
Mhm.
So it's the right thing to do. How we do it is, I think, how we have to decide.
Mhm.
Is it piecemeal, or is it segmented? I don't know. I rely on Mr. Smell to give us the best.
What's your input on what direction?
I'd rather see it just subbed out and get it done with.
Just one shot.
One shot and get it over with.
so they do that in summertime, if they do no break.
Yeah, I talked to one vendor, the way I would try to approach it was, maybe the 2nd to 3rd week of summer, have them come in, that would give us a week to clear out those areas, so when they came in, everything's ready to roll. He was talking between a week or 2 for them to do it. They got a ride-on machine to come rip that carpet out, we'd have to rent a machine, it's a walk behind it, it's not a very easy process, but, these guys, this is what they got, this is what they do. You have to have some curing time for the glue to set up and dry properly before you put 3 coats of wax on top of it. So that's Bill Mangle's school out there, so he's got his work cut out for him, along with his other cleaning duties for the summer, his crew. But we could pull that off in that timeline, in the 10-week summer. I know Roger has a summer school. I talked to Dr. Conrad and Dr. Howard about that, if we can work around that. They're thinking
With the vendor, you mean, like by using a vendor?
by using a vendor.
And then if you would start that process now, it'll give you enough time to advertise for the bids, get the bids back and be ready for summer.
Yeah, was it 3 weeks then? Gonna post it for 3 weeks, we put the RFP out. In a week or two, I definitely have that ready.
I mean, if you don't, we can look at that, and see what that.
I mean, and we can, I mean, if you wanna look into doing it as we go, it's just,
It doesn't matter, I just,
Christmas break's not the best time because, again, the maintenance department has things that they can't get to during the school day, school year. That's their busy week. Allow them to take off, so it's shorthanded. The custodians same way, you know, they're changing filters that week. A lot of them take off themselves to have a nice extended break. To try to do it during the school year, I mean, you might get one haul during Christmas break maybe.
So
Well, and
possibly about a couple of years.
Well, and for the money you're saving to have someone come in who does it every day.
Professionally.
Right,
I mean, our guys are
professionally,
good. Our
right,
guys
not
can
that
do
your
that.
guys aren't good, right, but they're not laying floor every day.
Yeah.
And it's done.
Yeah, and it's done. And it is, I'm sorry, you said, it's getting replaced with a different material.
yes.
We're gonna put VCT tile out,
Yes.
like 12 by 12 squares.
That's what,
That's what's in the rest of the
it
hall.
was in
except
it,
the school.
when that building was built, it was in every classroom,
Carpet,
carpet.
Yeah, outside the bathroom.
it's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, it was bad. It was
Yeah,
bad.
we actually have a couple boxes of the old stuff, so we have the die numbers, so we can match it to what it was. So it all look the same. Very close.
Are we okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think you have your direction.
All right.
Thank
Is
you.
that on for the next board meeting?
Yeah, to go out to bid, yeah.
All right, next I have rekeying of the district except for the high school. The high school will be rekeyed during the renovation. This project, actually, there was a couple people involved, Jason and Chief Miller actually wrote up the grant money for some of it. Tammy has that, there we go. You can see there that the prices per school, what it will cost. Now, this is it's a best lock key system. I've used it before, it's pretty handy, pretty nice. There are prices per school. There's key machines in there, a couple blanks, and you have 200 blanks, and win with that price of $5,000. I'm sorry, I don't got my glass on. Okay, what's the grant money for? It's 180.
The total cost of the project is $349,913.50. Chief Miller and Jason Voorhees together wrote the grant, and they were awarded $183,539 for the PCCD grant. That leaves a balance of $166,374.50 to complete the project. So the next step would be for me to ask for official board approval to allocate the remaining, the $166,374 to the cap reserve.
So the rekeying would be internal doors and external?
No, just the internal.
Just internal.
The external doors, there's not too many of them that have
They're
a
all
key.
digital.
Sorry,
Most of them are digital with the swipes.
well, we do have card readers at some of the doors, and plus we have some doors that work off a key, that's a Legion key system, which is like trying to get into Fort Knox to get one of those keys.
So why, I guess my question is like, why are we going to rekey internal doors? Do we have like a problem with keys being distributed? And
There's some of that the keys were not collected, distributed properly. Some of the doors are knobs instead of levers, which are not ADA compliant. Bob can, Bob here, you wanna go over the safety part of it, Bob?
With the classroom doors especially, in the recent state police risk and vulnerability assessment, it recommends that all classroom doors should be locked from inside when they're in critical situations. You should have to mess around with keys. That is not in our locks right now, so.
It would have a
that
thumb,
address that.
it's a thumb lever on the interior.
That would address
These would
that
just go over and hit
issue
the thumb
that was
lever.
in the last assessment. Also, with the PCCD grants, they want you, when you apply for these grants, these safety grants, they want you to address the level ones, in the baseline criteria. And this would be addressed in the baseline one. So once we address this level one issue, it allows us to go and do better things with the PCC grants from here on out this year. Because most of the level ones are addressed, this is like the one big one that is not.
So with this new lock system, I've been hearing different systems that you can go with based with the RVAT reports and stuff. What is a cost per door? You know, just with the, because I know this has security features that we're looking for based on RVAT. Just give me a ballpark. What is it a cost per door on this new system?
Some of it depends, because some of the locks are mortised already.
Yeah.
So that's cost savings because they don't have to cut the door, and some of them will.
Mhm.
They range from $476 a door to, some of them are just $48 just to replace the cylinder.
We're doing some shopping too, and I was curious to know what prices you're coming in at. So.
Is the PCC grant an annual grant?
Normally it is, it hasn't been released yet for this school yet.
Okay.
Which normally it is.
I'm wondering if there is a scenario where we utilize the grant for a portion of the building. I mean, we're looking at this project, this whole renovation project in general as a 3-year project. Is it possible to do a portion of the schools now and then reapply and get more funding from the grant for the remaining?
It would depend on how the grant's written.
Yeah.
We might have written it to do all buildings and not just.
Each year we're finding, because PCCD is, for all purposes, relatively new. So the bugs are still getting worked out. But what's happening is as they're issuing the grant each year, they're putting a tighter and tighter rein on what it can be used for. And this year it could be in fact used for what we want to use it for. And 2 years from now, this may not be one of the qualifying jobs to have done. So it's new, and we're finding things, how they're doing things. And I can agree with you. If we don't do it now and do it with what the monies they're giving, 2 years from now, there may or may not be PCCD money grant available, and it may be available, but this may not qualify for it.
That makes just like Mr. O'Keefe said, we're going back to now we're piecemealing things together.
Right.
So if we do the project and get it all done in one shot, that's my, since I've been here, I see piecemealing, and I would like to try to get it in Mr. O'Keefe said a way.
And Randy, this will put all the blocks the same across the district then.
So,
Right.
if you see here with Louis,
Done in the renovation.
so let me go. Start setting keys that we walk around with. So we're trying to get away from this. I mean, like, some of the buildings actually have 2 keys, one for the old section and the new section. This is why we wanted to sort of get away from this.
So will you guys have a master that will cover the entire district then?
Yeah.
Or no?
We will, yes.
Yes. Like each school will have a master, then there'll be a grandmaster
Grants for all.
that will be every school.
Which keeps out and lock and key, only certain people get that.
Right, there's only 3 people that would have that one, but yeah. We don't want that. Yeah, I mean, and the way the system's designed, like, each key will be stamped, saying, we'll go with Ms. Fiaro here. Bernie would have H9. It would be stamped right on the key. That no other key would be stamped like that. Anybody finds that key, all we have to do is return it. We can look at the log, Bernie's key. As far as when people return their keys in, when they retire or whatever, for whatever reason they leave the district, key will get back, logged back in. It will be reissued to the new teacher, staff member, whatever. So it'll be fairly, a lot more organized than what it is right now.
So the only question I have is, did we look at the no key option?
Or card readers?
Yeah. I mean, I can go around the world at different sites and I
if you
get
think
in.
this is expensive, that's even more expensive.
We have actually, and
Yeah, I mean, it's just
part of
cost analysis.
one of the things I can add too is when we went to Avon Grove and a few other places, they were saying as they had some doors that were, some doors that weren't, but even talking to Alex in particular about this, that sometimes the readers, so there's a few school districts, I think maybe Wilkes-Barre, a few others, that have gone to that, but the readers might not always work, or there's power challenges here and there. And again, I think the cost was the big pressure point
It's the
for
cost
us.
and the maintenance
So,
of it.
yeah.
The maintenance of the card readers is astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, the keys, once their keys are in,
I think Corporate Mountain actually started going to it, and I think the issue they ran into, because they didn't hardwire them with power, there's actually batteries, so they have to go around and replace batteries
right.
on
Yeah.
all the meters.
And all the different-
So often, the battery failure.
It's the fullest decision.
Yeah, I agree.
The card readers is time in and out of the building. Like an employee might work from 7:15 to 7:30 in this building, but then somewhere else the rest of the day. So getting that employee.
Well, that's, when I tell that that's kind of you and Megan take care of that as far as who's, how the.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done over the last 2 years is really not only streamline our check-in, check-out process, but we actually have a mastered list that we share with Chief that has who has access to what at what time and so forth. And again, we're very transparent to let them know what times they have accessibility into the building. The benefit of having high def cameras all throughout too is God forbid we have to go back and backtrack. We have that. We can see it. We can pan. We can do all the things that we need to. But what we have done is really streamline our process to have exactly who has access to what, when, where. And again, it kind of comes back to that safety aspect that like is a teacher that's working at PBE, do they need to have access in the evening to PBI? The answer, in my opinion, would be no. Right now, can they certainly get into the building? Are there ways? Yeah, of course, and there's requests and things like that we can do. But we really try to keep things more local in that regard. That we have more high level oversight on those areas. So.
Okay, thoughts? We okay with rekeying the whole district?
It has to get done.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Okay, go forward with that then.
okay,
All right, that was all I had.
okay.
That's all.
That's all. I spent enough money, don't you think?
Yeah. Technology report. Is there anything under technology?
No, not today.
Okay.
The only thing, well, I have to add something just because school. The Brentford lockers, those really large lockers that were installed in the high school and the middle school. Recently, maintenance technology team, primarily maintenance, got them all mounted and ready. They're turned on now, both in the high school and also in the middle school. And walking in the middle school today, check out the star exams and stuff. There was quite a few of them that were being used. The teachers love them, the kids love them. So it's really cool stuff. Just one report they are actually up and running.
So what do they do? Punch a code in?
Yeah, so it's actually, if you think of it as they're very similar to like a hotel locker. Like if you're leaving your jewelry behind in a hotel room, you punch in a code, you set your code, and then you walk away. When you come back, you can punch the first same 4 digits. We advocate for our students that they're using right now the last 4 digits of their ID number. That way they can remember what the code is. If they don't remember their code, we just say, "What's your ID number?" And they go, "All right." But yeah, they literally just punch it in. It locks if they're charging the device. We found that it charges pretty much from 0 to almost full in 1 period. So kids who come in with no charge, they can really walk out to their classroom, plug it in, they go in, they do their class, they come back out, maybe over lunch, they come back out, they get it out of the locker by punching the same code, it's secure, and they're ready to go for the rest of the day. So it's good stuff.
And how many bays in their locker?
10 each.
Okay.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, all right, moving on to policy. Do you want to start this or do I need to?
Well, one thing I will say, so I know that this was brought up, so we want to take a look and have a discussion again about policy 905, which is the Citizens Advisory Committee. One thing that I would say, just from the first thing that draws to my attention is the adopted and the last revised. So I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. This was adopted in 2017, last revised in 2020. Meaning that it's been well over 4 years. So I would just say that obviously we should have a discussion about this particular policy. However, I think we do need to go through the proper vetting process. Whether that's getting some insight from PSBA, and then also just seeing if there's any necessary revisions or just even reviewing it and just saying that we want to keep current with our policies. So I just want to say that, but I guess I can let you, Ms. Clerk, take it away.
Okay. Everybody has a copy. It was in your folder that Kathy had provided to us. So this was brought up by Mr. Kaczynski. I don't remember when, sorry.
Early December.
Early December, whatever.
We're in the auditorium.
Okay, I remember being in the auditorium, yes. So I thought I'd we put it on the agenda for the board to discuss if this is something you want to move forward with, or if we want to get PSBA's input as to if this needs to be updated or not. But that's why it's on here, for input from the board. Again, I just want to bring to your attention, the purpose and then the authority, as the policy is written down.
But I'd like to see a group set up. Like you said, it states at the last that the authority, whatever, they get to sit and talk about it and bring it to the final decision. They have the idea that they get to put their community, put some kind of input into certain things such as, these are even some of our policies. So we used to have policy meetings as separate. I know we do it as a whole now, but how many times are these policies brought to us for the first reading in a regular session? It's not even a work session. And so we need to really have input as to what's going on there. They could raise questions. Same with the academic degree. I know you bring some things, and I would say that's what I was bringing about the curriculum type thing. It was, okay, we have this reading program, which I'll get more into later. What was the harm of having the community say, hey, this is why we're looking at it, and see what they think. I just think to have a board meeting like this, is not really much to say. 3 minutes to say something, and we can't, some of the questions, I grant we don't need the answer, but at least give somebody venting outside of the board.
I agree. I think it's an additional avenue. I think there's an opportunity here if it's done properly. I think it's an additional avenue of communication with the community, which is something that we all agree is needed, right? But I want to stress if it's done properly. I just don't want this to be a session where people are complaining. I want this to be a very proactive session, and if it's organized well, I think it'll be a big opportunity for us and the community together.
You have to realize that it will be the board's final decision. It's not going to.
Yeah,
It's recommendations.
Correct.
I would like to see, if I agree. I think we need to be very focused and mindful of what that scope is, what your expectations are, and kind of set that up front. So when we're doing this, I know we do have like student advisory committees out here. I would love to have, parents from secondary and every building or something to have a way, and just so parents have a voice, or recommendations. Like sometimes we don't see it from their perspective and give us, hey, oh yeah, we didn't think of that. That's a good note, So I am in favor of this in some form. I just don't know what would look like. I think that's something we probably should discuss and figure out, like what the parameters, like what's the expectation, how often do they meet, these type of things, Is it going to be monthly, is it quarterly, how does that look, what does that look like? And I think we need to clearly define goals and expectations before we do it, because I don't want to say, hey, okay, everyone's coming in, let's just go. And it's like, all right, what are we doing here?
That can all be established, but going back to Sue's first thing here is we have to make sure that we're consistent. And I'm going to recommend that we do seek out PSBA and what they currently have, because that's what we do for all our other policies. So our first step needs to be to hit PSBA and get an updated version of this that we can start using as our template from that. And then everything you've said here with the parameters, we need to establish that.
Yeah, I
as well. Like what's the frequency of the meeting, stuff like that.
Topics, yeah.
You know,
Is there who
topics.
sets the agenda?
Correct.
Applicable, yeah.
Exactly.
And we do, we want to walk it, for number 5 here, the widest range of community interests. I want to make sure our business owners are well represented on this as well within the community. We've got parents, we've got our local businesses we want to have their input on, we want to have our elders on there as well. And obviously there's could be some other groups as well, but we definitely want to have that wide range, because it's having that opportunity to pull our community together on this. But first and foremost, I want to see us making sure we're up to date with what PSBA has out there, so we're modeling this just like we would any other policy.
I would also like to see what other school districts have. They already have a template set up as to what the topics are and how they do it. It might help us to get this started.
Yeah, I'm just not sure, It would be interesting to see what is when other school districts are enacting, right, that we have this, because I don't think it's appropriate for every topic. I don't necessarily think it's appropriate outside of the finances. Like, I'm relying on you guys and the administration to, with your staff, work through which curriculums make the most sense. I'm not a teacher. I don't know. I'm not using it. So I mean, I can sit there and ask questions, but I'm not gonna be able to offer a lot of input on that kind of stuff. Just, did we pilot it? Did we include people in the decision? So I don't know that everything is, it would be interesting to see what other school districts are using when they enact this, because it's not for everything.
So who would be moving forward to check with these other districts?
So what I'll do is,
I was gonna say, that sounded like a volunteer right
I
there.
already have your answer.
yeah, I know, I believe Strasburg has the exact same policy, so I think what I could do is contact PSBA, obviously, to look at, to see if there's been any, updates on that. I only see one legal citation, so I'd have to just check the date of that citation. Certainly, if there's any other board members that want to assist me, or if you are aware of them, or if they're working, or colleagues in other locations, it would be helpful, because I agree. I think, what works for one district might not be what always works for Pleasant Valley, but I do think there's a great opportunity to, have input, have somebody as a soundboard. My question obviously is more, what's the frequency? And, John, even when you were talking about like curriculum and policy, again, I'm looking at that. Are we having multiple advisory committees? And if so, are they meeting quarterly, weekly? I mean, I have no idea. Hopefully not weekly.
I think that's too far. I think that's too far ahead in the process.
Agreed.
Right?
So
I
we
think
just
the
need to
first
see
step
what
is-
the, what other resources are out there that, maybe they're moving this forward with like some 5 or 6 different models of other schools that.
And I think if you start making them too often, you're not gonna have
Agreed.
the consistency. So, I mean, not that you wanna put a limit on it, but I would say monthly, just to start with it, to get the warm up and see, right? And your first meeting basically is gonna be just to sit there and talk about, what the purpose.
Well, I mean, it really depends on the content, because this is, the way that it reads now, it's for specific things, right?
Well,
Like the renovation
well,
project.
The specific thing, first of all, to understand the policy.
Yeah,
We're all going to
yes,
need to
yes.
understand the policy and
So-
what you can and can't do, what's the expectations are.
I'll look at the surrounding school districts and see if they have a policy
Strasburg does.
for.
They probably all do, but it's just whether they.
Using it or being used.
Whether they use.
Not everyone uses it though.
Yeah.
Even though it's there.
I don't know if there's a way we could contact the IU if they could put something out.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, there you go.
I will put out
Ask
my
or,
feelers.
there you
Dr.
go.
Conrad will take care of that tomorrow.
I will, yes. Bright and early.
MCTI.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, all right. Anything else on that, or we'll have it back on the agenda again?
So that's great to say that, but I think we should put some parameters in and deadlines we have to meet to get something in place, right? We don't
Well,
just keep
I mean, I
going
think
back.
by next meeting, we'll have PSBA's
Feedback.
feedback, and he's going to IU tomorrow, so we'll have
Oh, that's
feedback.
For
Yeah,
next
from that.
meeting, I'll have.
And you'll have-
What the other districts
And
have.
she'll have,
There we go.
So
We have time.
by next month, we should be prepared for a first read. I mean, that should be our goal.
on the policy.
On the policy, yeah.
Yeah,
And then we can go forward with parameters and whatever.
Yep.
yeah, then we have to work the rest out. Okay, superintendent's report.
Sure, so just a couple of things I want to highlight. First, I want to thank Mrs. Harris and then obviously the school nurses. They coordinated a great opportunity for our students to work with St. Luke's to provide dental screenings. So I put the dates, they're listed there. If you can't see that, it is March 6th at the high school, at the high school and middle school. And then it is March 7th for the intermediate and elementary schools. This would include all of the state mandated screenings for grades kindergarten, 3rd, 7th, and 11th. as well as the student for PVBA. So we want to make sure that we obviously provide that opportunity as well. But again, just I think Mr. Kaczynski, somebody had brought up the dental van. I think we've done in the past. So glad to get that back on track. So that's really positive, and make sure that our kids have that opportunity. Moving on, the resolution for America 250 PA. So I had to do some research because obviously, I was thinking, okay, so this could be a variety of things. But certainly what it is the semi-quincentennial, the 250th anniversary of the founding of America. And so basically what was put forth back in 2018 was a commission from the legislator and then the governor. And the goal was really to celebrate everything that has taken place in the Commonwealth. And the focus is for the 67 counties within the Commonwealth to really do some excellent activities, events, programs, projects to emphasize, how far we've come as a nation, obstacles and hurdles to, continue to move forward on, but also really just celebrate it. And as I was watching some of the media surrounding this, and I truly believe this, that all eyes would be on, our state, the Commonwealth, obviously, and then you have Pennsylvania, you have Philadelphia as the birthplace Independence Hall, Philadelphia in the July 4th, or the summer, if you will, of 2026. They'll have some really wonderful events and celebrations, I'm sure. And ultimately what this is this is an opportunity for not only all the counties, but then also the districts within those counties to come up with some wonderful activities, ways to talk about, our freedom and independence and the history of everything that's taken place over these last 250 years. So we're very proud to have Mr. Berger, who will be working with other organizations as well. That's going to be, doing some great work. And then also Mrs. Fields will be spearheading our district efforts and really working with students, working with staff, and identifying some activities. But we're putting this obviously before everyone now because we have a little bit over a year to plan, and that time will go by very quickly. So I just want to bring it to your attention. And as part of that, there's a resolution that I'm looking to place on the next board agenda that obviously emphasizes everything that I just spoke about. So I want to know if there's any questions about that. Okay.
So is this to incorporate stuff all throughout the year representing the 250 years?
No, I think what its main focus is to, I guess, looking at, the 4th of July, but certainly throughout the span of probably maybe the spring leading into the summer. I don't foresee it necessarily being, things all throughout, but I think as we kind of, snowball to the summer, there's going to be, an increased activity. So I think that's the goal. And I think it's also nice for students to really, take a look back and look at, the history that led us to, the formation of this nation. So. And
then are we thinking of having some type of celebration then for?
We are, and I think that's in conjunction with, coordinating things with our townships within our county and so forth, and really try to get some things coordinated. So it's kind of a call, I think, to get everyone, rowing in the same direction at this point. So, did you want to add?
The county did a resolution, and then they reached out, the county commissioners, and then they reached out to the school districts asking if we would be willing also to do a resolution. And they are also having their initial kickoff meeting this evening, tonight, over at Northampton Community College. So Mrs. Fields there, and that's why Mr. Berger's, he's also there. So we'll get more information from them on it too. But they asked for a resolution, so.
It brings the community together. It celebrates, the 250 years of this great country, and it allows us to, again, bring community together, because that's what I think that sign says something about community. So I think it's a great opportunity to do that.
So we're okay with the resolution going on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, in your folders, everyone should have received a draft of the 25-26 school year calendar. I know, based on some of the things that were happening last year, we had to make a number of pivots. And so we really tried to slow down, right? And really take our time to put forth a plan. We basically have been working on this probably since, I would say, August or September. And each month we've been going back to it. And before essentially, we're looking at a similar format as to what we were doing this year. Some of the changes I wanted to highlight, as you can see, and what we've done this year, and then what we're hoping to, have approved at the next board meeting for this calendar. And this is where I'm asking you all for some feedback. Is sticking with the 2 days of in-service, the 2 days of new teacher orientation. Beginning school would be August 25th, which is a Monday. There would be a 4-day school week that week, as we've done the past 2 years. And then the following week, coming off of Labor Day, Monday, then we would be here for 4 days. A couple other things I wanted to emphasize was actually, and kind of a new change is, on September 8th, we would be looking to do an Act 80 day. This would be no school for students. So again, what we're trying to ease them into is 3 weeks.
12.
Oh, September. Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? Thank you. Can I look at yours?
Yep,
I apologize.
absolutely.
Thanks. Thank you. I was looking at the wrong one. But yeah, so for this September 12th, so it would be the second week where they would be the third week where they would have 4 days, a 4-day work week. The second, September 12th, the emphasis on that would be to allow our students with NWEA, for our staff to actually look at the results of NWEA and basically be able to use that to help drive instruction for the next upcoming months. Moving forward from there, what we've reduced a little bit is the 2-hour early or 2-hour late starts that we were implementing this year. We were running into some issues with that, and ultimately, when we would try to have cross district professional development, let's say with the 5th and 6th grade teachers, because they're on 2 different time slots, it never really aligned to the degree that we had intentions for it to happen. Now, certainly we were able to accomplish a lot of things and will continue to, but we think it would be just best to have that as a full professional development day for our staff, so that way we can avoid some of those conflicts. Moving on, just again, some additional changes. For this year, looking at the way that the calendar ends next year, theoretically, we would be off on January 1st, 26th. That would be a Thursday, so it didn't make sense for kids to come back to school on the 2nd for 1 day. So we thought our staff would really appreciate that as well. And then, the students, and then start fresh on January 5th of 26. And ultimately, what we would do is we would have our graduation. Commencement would still be slated for May 29th, so we've been pretty consistent about that for the past few years. Our tentative last day would be the 2nd of June, and then what we're doing this year, which I think is going to be really, really helpful, and we want to, obviously bring this forward, is that after the students leave, that's a great opportunity for our staff. It's our last time to get with our staff to focus in on professional development. If there's need for us to bring in groups of teachers over the summer, we certainly would do that, but it's a great opportunity to really get ready and ramped up for the following fall. So we want to make sure that we provide those opportunities. So I wasn't sure, hopefully you had some chance to look at this, but if there's any questions or anything that our staff can address that you might have concerns about.
You're not expecting seniors to be here June 1st and 2nd, are you?
No. They would be done.
Just checking.
No, they would be done. That would be their
After graduation.
Yep, graduation. They would be done. Yes.
I've got
So, go ahead.
I've got 2 questions.
So do
One, the 25th, is that the first day after the fair, or is that the week of the fair?
It's after the fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
The fair's
Just making
always
sure.
that
Just making
The
sure.
week before.
week before typically.
Okay, on March 18th, that's a Wednesday
Yeah,
for the
why
Act 80.
Wednesday? I had that same question.
Why not the 20th or the
Like every other-
16th?
Yeah, so great question. So
Yeah.
one of the things that we do is we track trend data. And what we find is we have higher percentages of staff absences on Mondays and Fridays, okay? That was intentionally placed there because we felt that if it was on a Wednesday, there would be a greater likelihood that our staff would be there. And I really need to emphasize this, like, we understand that our staff might have some doctor's appointments, and in all honesty, I mean, we've had conversation with staff saying, you know, we really want you here with kids, and I know that the byproduct of that is sometimes there's no other time to take but those, professional development days. The problem is we lose a lot, because that's an opportunity that we really have about 6.5 hours to have some really great professional development. And whether or not that teacher is there for that particular professional development, we're still going to move forward, and now they're going to be at a disadvantage. So we're really trying to move away from that and really get the most out of some of those professional developments in that particular day. Trust me, we definitely looked at it as the Monday, the Friday.
I got to play devil's advocate.
I know, I had the same
because,
question.
we represent the community, we got to think about childcare, we got to think
And how
about
that's going to impact
parents
everyone.
who have to share custody and, a 3-day weekend with somebody is, just
Sure.
little things like that kind of go a long way. So, but I understand your point of view as well, especially for the veteran.
I just have a question on the 3rd and 4th of June. I mean, I understand what you're saying as far as it's a good time to get development, but going back to having developments on the Friday or Monday, someone's going to take off. When you get there to 3rd and 4th, you have how many teachers are possibly going to retire or not return, and if they're switching positions, okay, that might be something else. I mean, I see it. I don't know what the answer is for that.
Sure.
Because like you said, if I turn around and I train all these people, and now I got 5 or 6 of them that retired, and now we're going to start the school year. So during that, in orientation, is that when they're going to be expected to learn the new math program or the new reading program? I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah,
right. I can answer this. If it's new staff coming in, we usually have them work with their mental or the department chair, because the department chairs do have hours in the summer that they come in and they work with that person. I think the other nice thing, when we think about this, like with the new ELA program, and we know that, and we'll see on the timeline, like all of our core areas are coming up. This gives a chance for us to give the initial background to the teachers. And I know our elementary teachers will take everything.
Oh, you better believe it.
So that way, we can introduce it, then they have the whole summer, to review it. And I also think going into the renovation project, the moving of rooms at the end of the year, this is gonna be very, very helpful for us. Like, if you saw that in there, we're already getting ready for
The first phase.
teachers are gonna move. So I think at least for the next few years, it's really gonna be helpful as we're looking at our ELA program, then we're gonna look at our science program. Then math and social studies the same year. I think those days are really helpful in that process. And another thing is,
Yeah, so I see that.
Yeah, I know, I was.
So in the block to do with our snow days, I'll call it, the first line says, if school is closed due to weather or an emergency, staff and students will report to school in the next Act 80 Professional Development Day. So does that mean that if school were to be closed, whatever, January 28th, then on February 13th, we would not have an Act 80 day? Is that what that means? Explain that to me. I was trying to.
It could be. Now, remember, we have 5 FID days, and, we will always try to prioritize, whether it's inclement weather or safety emergency, to use a FID day.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually the first year in 3 years that we actually had a traditional snow day, just given the parameters of the safety concerns. So I think what we're trying to say in this is that we're going to essentially use a FID day. However, if that is not a viable option, then it may become a traditional snow day, which then means that we would have to have school the next Act 80 day.
Why would you do that?
Or we could add it to the end of the calendar. I mean, that's.
You have the other days,
Especially if you assign somebody to come in to do an Act 80 day.
I don't know that.
But we could
I guess
tack it on to the end. I mean, that's.
Yeah, the way I read this is in the order of how the events would, if there was a traditional snow day, this is how we would cover that traditional snow day in this order. And I'm not sure you want to use an Act 80 day.
I don't think we can use that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think you, so I think you
That may be
need,
just an error.
okay, so I
And
don't
we
know
can just add
whether
it to the end, so we'll take
either
that
add
out
it to
then.
the end or take it out. I don't know, but I don't think you,
We can make that adjustment,
Yeah.
certainly.
I can remember
Yeah.
being a parent, and it was always,
Yeah.
June 2nd is the last day of school. Okay, so February 1st, we had a snow day, guess what? Then we didn't have to figure out what day it was, it now just, it's got extended to the next day in June.
Yeah.
There wasn't, well, are we losing this day or doing that? It was, I'm just saying, I remember when my kids were in the system, it was, this is the last day of school, okay? If you had 4 snow days, guess what? You tack 4 days on the end. It wasn't, well, are we losing a day at
Yeah.
Easter, or it's easy.
That's a good point, and I know that creates a lot of confusion, because I've seen it personally where a snowstorm hits, and now you're taking Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, or you're taking President's Day, and it's really difficult for a lot of families, so I agree, I think we could just tack it on at the end. I mean, it's an easy way.
It was easy, I mean, I remember when
still have to
school year
take it.
started, we
Yeah,
did that,
that
if we had a snow day, I knew my kids had to go an extra day.
That's a great recommendation.
And I want to jump back on with what Matt said, regarding March 18th for that. I agree with you that all the other ones are backing up against the weekend. And yeah, I get the whole Monday and Friday absences. That's not just isolated here at PAD, that's elsewhere as well. And so if we kept it on the 18th, so now those same people are still going to take off on that 16th to the 20th, which means we're paying for a substitute, being now our kids don't have a teacher in front of them, and then we're going to do that on the 18th. So I'm with Matt. We did it on the other ones. Just keep it consistent, bank it on a Friday or Monday.
Okay.
That helps our parents out. The other question I have here is I see going into the holidays, we have these half days. I mean, we're proposing 2 weeks off for Christmas break. We're gonna start it the Friday before with a half day already.
Yeah, that's contractual, that's already, that's
Okay, I
already.
just wanna make that known out there,
Yeah.
2 weeks
yeah.
off, but we're already putting the parents out with a half day there already for their kids to have to deal with that. But that's contractual,
That's contractual.
okay?
Yep.
Just wanna know that. Okay,
So just one other thing with regard to fit days and traditional snow days, this is not my idea, but
Then who gave it to you?
something I live with. What about having the idea of having fit day, next one will be traditional, right? I mean, giving the kids a break, just to relax, unwind.
Like
I
a
mean,
real
how much
summer.
work actually really gets done? And let's be honest.
Yeah.
I know my house, I mean, they have to be on their schedules, but like your class was 45 minutes and you're already down here, like, that doesn't make sense.
Sure.
So let's go back to old way of working, true traditional snow days to enjoy, relax, and have fun. And it gets tacked on the end of June. That's life. I graduated on June 17th, I think.
Yeah, so
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We certainly can. One thing I would say from staff that I've spoken to over the years is that a lot of teachers, once they know what the calendar is, they're booking their summer vacations. And I'm not to say that, they can't make adjustments in it, but I think people start kind of thinking about, okay, so if I'm done June 2nd, then what does my June 4th, 5th look like and so forth. So I'm just saying, we have to be mindful of it. I'm not saying to that as an excuse. But I think a lot of us, myself included, we look at the school calendar to then figure out, okay, so what does our time away from work look like? I'm not opposed to the idea at all about, kind of doing a traditional snow, again, if that's the will of the board. I mean, that's why we're having this discussion in draft, just to say, hey, are there things that we're missing as a parent, as a community member over the last couple of years? Are there things that, you'd like to bring to the table for us to either consider or us to really do? Because ultimately, we were really trying to narrow that scope of trying to be done in late May. But I think we can all agree that, that's not the end goal. Sometimes it's going to bleed over into June. That's perfectly fine because we're still ending pretty early. But I just trying to get feedback from all of you.
Do we know what the other districts, have they started to look at their calendar yet?
They usually do, I'd say sometime in February. I mean, and usually with our draft, I've been annually sending this to them, just saying, hey, here's what we're doing. So we can try to get in sync with things.
And the reason I'm asking that question, I do believe, and you probably know the answer to this for sure, that East Stroudsburg uses their snow days first before they use FID days. And where I'm going with this, wondering what the other districts do because of MCTI, again, is my concern.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's my concern, because who uses what first? Because if the other districts use their FID days first, then I have a tendency to use our FID days only because it doesn't then hurt our MCTI students.
Right, and
You know, and I just want to throw that out. So.
in conversation with the Monroe County superintendents, I think it just all depends on the parameters. So for example, if we know that we're getting a big snowstorm, right? What I've seen over the years is Pocono Mountain and East Stroudsburg most likely going to a traditional snow day because of the weight on the wires and the impact it would have, even if they were to try to pivot to a FID day. That's kind of been their philosophy, was that, you know, this storm could essentially break down our electronic communication, so we might as well just pivot to a traditional snow day. So I think it really just depends on, you know, what kind of weather we're seeing, you know, what's the potential threat, things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, we and as you know, the last few years we've typically done FID days first, and that's why we've never had traditional snow days, because we've never exceeded 5 for the past 3 years. Which I think again is beneficial, because then that end date that we said a year ago that a lot of people planned around still stays intact, you know. And I will be frank, I mean, there's a lot of great work happening during those days, but you know, there are pockets of maybe not as much, or, you know, is there a better way to do it? You kind of have to balance out, and I'm just being a realist here. You know, let's say there's a February 12th, there's a FID day. Well, is there really an academic, if you were to compare academics on that FID day versus tacking it on June 3rd, do you really think we're going to get the academics that we want on June 3rd as an extra day that we tacked on to the year in comparison to during the school year? So again, these are things that run through our minds, because we're trying to get the most of what we can, especially before PSSAs and Keystones, because instruction matters, and that those 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, if we did traditional snow day, we're 3 days behind. So those are things we think about as well.
So let me ask you this, is there a compromise? We do live instruction Zoom, okay? Like for instance, the district I'm at does not do live instruction Zoom. They have a FID assignment that is posted online.
Yeah.
They do it there at every class, and usually they have a parameter like a week to get it done. So if there's a snow day that day, so in that essence, the kids that tied to the computer can go enjoy the snow, and so has a week to finish that assignment. So I feel like there's a mid ground there too. I don't know what it looks like from an educational standpoint, but I knew some districts do that. So if they say, hey, I'm not doing any of this assignment today, I'm gonna go play with snow for this day, and I got a week to get this thing done, I can hand it in a week, so that gives like a flexibility there.
I like the idea of flexibility. I know that one of the things we do try to emphasize, especially for like some of our younger kids too, is that, you know, we don't want a student to be sitting in front of the computer the entire day. Let's try to figure out what's a balance, even for our high school students. You know, here's the assignment, you know, I'm here for the office hours, but oftentimes they're actually doing work, and the hope is that there's still a little bit of, you know, balance with them if they want to, you know, get outside if it's a beautiful day in the snow. So we do try to do that. I think the other parameter, though, Mr. Clark, is that it depends on how the FID day was written. Like, we do have to be, because that's what we submitted to the state. We can't just automatically pivot unless we get secondary approval.
So was this something you really wanted approved next meeting, or do we have some time?
This is something that I was hoping to get some feedback, and I think I got 2 good pieces of feedback. I think the goal, at least in my mind, was that, you know, if it's minimal changes or recommendations, again, moving that March PD date and taking out the box language, I would personally like to put it on the agenda, because we're you know, having this approved much later than we have for the past few years. And I think, again, people are already kind of looking ahead as to, you know, I want to make, you know, plans, and I want to, you know, figure out what the last day is, what the start day is, and so forth. So that's very helpful for everyone. I think the discussion about, you know, the FID days, the pivots, that's something we can continue to have, because I think it's a valid point, and honestly, we kind of have to see how things are going to go for the rest of this year in particular as well. You know, and what are the pros and cons, because we constantly talk about that instructionally, but I mean, I would, if there's, other than those two changes, if the board would be in agreement, I'd love to get it approved and then continue discussions if necessary, if you guys are okay with that.
I'm okay with that, with pending the two.
Okay.
I also have one other option. I mean, not to be go with it, but I know that just with my grandkids out in Kansas is that, let's say instead of having the 3rd and 4th as your makeup day, your last day would be actually the 4th. But here in January, the 21st, which is a Friday, that's a snow day. And so they've actually put those days in there. So now if they had a snow day, they knew that they would give them a day off.
Okay.
For the 21st, but if it's a snow day, then they have to make it up, but they stay year end, or still ended on the 4th, because they built into it.
They built into
Yeah, so I think Pocono Mountain, Pocono Mountain West does something similar. They build in
Right.
3
So
or
you're
5
ending-
snow
you're
days.
ending at the end of the
Well,
week.
that, they
And then
take
if-
away their vacation.
and then if you
their
exceed
Easter
that-
vacation.
Yeah.
But if you don't use them, school ends early.
No,
No.
But
No.
people,
no,
you're
It's
ending
throughout
at
the year.
it's throughout the, like,
It's
they
broken up.
use certain days.
not in a row, you're saying, you're saying one day here, one day here,
Um,
one day here. Okay.
February.
I have one
think
that
they
teaches there.
schedule them, yeah, I think that they used to schedule them like, so if school ended on a Wednesday, right? Like a makeup day 1 would be Thursday, makeup day 2 would be Friday.
Right.
Then you would lose like the Friday of President's Weekend, and like they prioritize the
There's a
order.
priority,
Yeah.
there's a priority,
But
yeah.
going back to what Mr. Geller was saying too, that's where I think things that I've seen become very challenging, because, you know, to parents who have planned that, hey, this is what I'm gonna do on
We used to do
President's Day, but now I'm gonna take that away. And even for our staff, I know that was a challenge, because I had to do that about 6 years ago. So it does become challenging. It's a lot easier to tack on at
We
the end.
used to do that. We
Yeah.
used to take like the Thursday before Easter or the Easter
Right.
Monday.
That's
We
right.
used to do that, and the staff really didn't like
Yeah.
that, so we pulled it back out. And we haven't done it in a while, so.
I think if we added for a traditional day, I think that would make sense, or a safety day that we can't, you know, have instruction, so. But does that sound like we can put this on the agenda, given those two changes, and continue conversations?
Are we okay with that?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Great. All right, thanks.
Before we jump to the next thing, only because we thank the community member for being here for the working session. It's been a long time since we've seen other faces besides us. What's the allowance of community involvement during the working session?
I have it down on the agenda never mind. At the end, I have it, but I think you're asking for during.
Yes. I don't know. I
Yeah,
did see a hand to the left, and
yeah.
I
I
don't
just
know.
don't wanna, I mean, I have it that at the end.
Okay.
And I just think,
We'll see how it
Maybe
goes.
it's something that the uni group.
In the meantime, after.
Oh, they can
Yeah.
help,
So
yeah.
I'll have time.
I just, this is a long agenda this evening because we haven't had a work session since November, so
No, I'm just,
I get you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, where are we at here? We're at, building start and end times.
Yes, so we're looking to make a small modification to next school year. So, and I want to make sure I try to capture the essence of this. So we have the benefit actually at PVE and PVI where our teachers arrive, I believe it's 30 minutes or so before students arrive. It's actually, I believe, 35 minutes that they arrive to work. And that's a great opportunity because as a teacher, you need to be prepared for the day. So you have your agenda lesson, your PowerPoints are all ready, all the classroom set up the way that it should, depending on the learning activity that day. And it also allows for collaboration. So it's always a great opportunity to identify, what are some struggles for some of our students, maybe a grade level team meeting that needs to get together, maybe two teachers, maybe a mentor and mentee teacher getting together within that 35 minutes to go over, how things are going and provide feedback. So we don't have that opportunity at the middle school and high school. In fact, I'm not sure if you're aware, but literally the time that teachers have to arrive, and not to say that some of them are coming in very early, but the teachers have to contractually be in the building 5 minutes before our middle school and high school students arrive in the building. And that can be a very chaotic time. And again, I think, overwhelming majority of our staff are getting there a little bit before that time, but it's kind of like at your own will or pace, if you will. And I don't think it's as structured, and it's not given that much time for that collaboration. And frankly, it's my belief, and it's our principals' beliefs too, that, we would be a lot further ahead if staff members had opportunities to collaborate, if we were able to have IEP meetings in the morning, if it works with a parent's schedule. That way they can get to work on time and we can get to our classes on time, things of that nature. So what I'm looking to do is to infuse greater opportunities for collaboration at the middle school and high school. So here's what that would look like. For next school year, the start time for teachers to arrive, for students to arrive, none of that changes at PVE and PVI. The only change would be at the middle school and high school. Teachers would arrive 5 minutes earlier than what they currently do this school year. Okay, 5 minutes. We're also looking to make an adjustment where they now would have, with that 5 minutes, and actually let me phrase it this way. That 5 minutes is critical, and here's why. At the end of the school day, at the middle school and at the high school, teachers stay at the middle school for 10 minutes after students are dismissed, and at the high school, 15 minutes after students are dismissed. So we ask ourselves, what is happening within that 10 or 15 minutes? And more importantly, what can we do better with that time? Now, I could tell you in my past, what I did, and I'll say to all of you, it's reallocating time, right? I can't necessarily increase the time because I can't change the contract in that regard, the 7.5-hour workday. However, I have the ability to adjust time. And we have to ask ourselves that 10 or 15 minutes at the end of the day, is that necessary, right? We do need to make sure kids clear out, but in this proposal that I would have, what we would do is take some of that back end time, I'll call it, at the end of the day, put that towards the front of the day, and what that would ultimately equate to is the middle school and high school having 20 minutes before students arrive. This to us is a profound impact on learning and teaching, because my teachers have an opportunity to be all prepared, have their labs ready at the high school, at the middle school. They have an opportunity to collaborate with one another, to make sure that their lesson plans are uploaded, and then they have an opportunity to meet as a grade team, as a department team, just even colleague to colleague, to do some of the things that we know is happening at the elementary schools. So that's what we're looking to do, literally have the middle school and high school teachers start 5 minutes earlier, reallocate some of that back end time, make it more meaningful and streamlined, and ultimately, hopefully get more bang for buck with our teachers having the opportunity to collaborate with one another. So I provided that to you, and then obviously some of you, I knew you would, have the comparison for this year, which is good. Again, because I wanted to bring it to your attention that that's how we've looked at this time reallocation. But I want to know if you had any questions, or if you were able to see some concerns from last year to this year and how it impacts teaching and learning.
So the teachers, that would be, at pre-time would be theirs. You're not assigning them to me. The gist of it is I would like you to collaborate if you need, but you're not saying I have to.
I think that's the goal behind it. However, liking you to do something doesn't necessarily mean you'll do it. So, when we're talking about teacher negotiations, maybe that is something that we talk about, because here's the thing. They've done that in the past at PVE, PVI. They certainly do that now at the schools. If they find that it's something that they have that prep time that they want to collaborate, it's certainly strongly encouraged. But take, for example, Monday, right? We all know Monday as a teacher can be really challenging, because I'm getting my graded papers, I'm putting them, on top of the desk, I'm making sure I have all my resources. That wouldn't be, in my opinion, a good time for teachers to collaborate, right? But the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when we gave an assessment from last week, I can meet with my teacher team and we can talk about some of that comparative data. Hey, any outliers? Do we have any resources? Oh, I found this resource over the weekend. Here I want to share it with my team. I think there's that opportunity.
Well, it's always up to, I'll be upset, like, you talk to a phys ed teacher, right?
Right.
You're darn right, when I was at the high school, no, I was there at 6:30.
Yeah.
I had to get my gym ready, I had to get all my stuff ready.
Right.
But I didn't contract that to there, but this would be nicer that, okay, great, now I can tune in, at 6:35.
I think the benefit, Mr. Krasinski, is the fact that the students don't come in immediately, right? And not to say that people are coming in at 7 o'clock right now, I know they're not, but my point is that as soon as that time comes around, the kids are in the building and it's very, very quick. It would be an opportunity to even, let's say that there's a staff meeting, you could go on the announcement without interrupting, instruction. So again, I think the intention of it is make sure that we have the opportunity there, because if we don't have the time, we can't even have the discussion to try to collaborate. But my hope is that, we could, for all the 50 things that are happening before students start the school day, we have an opportunity to actually make use of that time. Yep.
So,
Okay.
go ahead.
Great. So I have a question.
Yeah.
So looking at the start times, I understand that what you're trying to account for the teachers.
Right.
Now I'm looking at the student times.
Yes.
So there's a 10-minute disparity there. So first, let's take the high school, right? Normally class start time would be at 7:20. We are going to start at 7:30.
Right.
However, the dismissal time is the exact same in that scenario. So in essence, we're losing 10 minutes. Okay. How is that 10 minutes being distributed throughout the day? Where are we taking that 10 minutes from? How is it affecting our kids?
And that's the trade-off, right? So, I mean, so we're looking at, will having 10 minutes of, teacher planning, prep, collaboration trade off into more engaging, better instruction? I think from my standpoint, the answer would be yes. Now, when we're looking at the minutes and hours, remember that with the new act that came forward last year, we don't have to abide by the 990 hours, 900 hours, 180 days. There are some parameters that allow us to make better use of the time. But from my standpoint, if that's an opportunity for a teacher to review, let's say, assessment data, and they're going to group students based on that information, that is probably going to give more bang for buck than having the kids come in 5 minutes after the teachers are physically in the building and not and kind of being a rat race at that point.
I guess that's less of my concern.
Sure.
I guess my question was asking, so you have to make up these 10 minutes, right? Right now we have a bell schedule. So where's that 10 minutes coming from? We're shortening every class by 1 minute, or how?
Oh, sure, yeah. And on the back end too, just I can answer that part, and then if you want to jump in there. But from when we looked at the transportation time study, that was one of the first things we looked at was, how will this impact busing? Because theoretically, if we were to start instruction 10 minutes later, then we would push everything back 10 minutes, meaning that the students would end 10 minutes later than what they currently are. But by doing that and keeping PVE and PVI at the same times, we wouldn't be able to do that. Otherwise, we'd shift everything as a district. And we could theoretically do that, but go ahead, I'll let you.
Right, the current year, we increased the time between periods at the high school by a minute, 1 minute. When the renovation's done, we won't have to have that extra time because they won't be traveling the whole way over to JCM. So we can take that minute back out.
Yeah.
So okay, but the renovation is happening.
But
so
that's not.
This goes into effect the next year, so how do we get the 10 minutes back?
Well.
So in the future it makes sense, but in the now, how does that work?
We could still do it though next year. This was the first, last year they didn't have the 5 minutes between classes. They had it before. We could go back to that. And we're looking at how, at the middle school, looking at how we're grouping grades next year, so there'll be less travel time for our kids as well between the classes.
So the answer is, it looks like you guys are taking it from the in-between.
Not a lot of places.
Not the instruction time.
Not the instruction, that's kind of where you're looking at.
Not all from the instruction time. They're actually trying to have minimal impact on the instruction time, but more of the transition time, even looking at lunches. I mean, things like that we're trying to like
That's
take
kind of
the
what I
time
was
from.
looking at, how are we making it?
Sure, I understand.
Minutes we're shaving.
Now I get it.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, is
Of course,
like,
yeah.
sort of like on the surface, but in the details
Yeah.
inside, how.
That'd be the last place I want to take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And the same scenario goes for the middle school too.
Yeah, in the same,
Correct.
same thing.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But theirs is a little different, I think theirs is.
Theirs is only
10.
14, yeah.
Yeah,
14 or
so you
16
keep different minutes
Yeah.
there, so I don't know
Right.
why.
It's 14, yeah.
Do
I
we
mean, I
have
like the
feedback?
idea, actually, I like the idea that the students report later. Because I think studies show now that students,
Older kids
Kids-
should start
Yeah,
later.
they should
yeah,
start later.
they should start later, so
We don't.
that piece, but,
Yeah, I don't think studies say there's a huge difference though between 7:15, 7:15.
no, I agree.
It's probably high schoolers operate better at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
than 7.
Has this been vetted through the teachers, the people who this is going to impact and affect?
This was vetted when we actually made the adjustment last year for some of the times. So, but to directly answer your question in terms of like, putting this out there for polling purposes, no. Because we're talking about 5 minutes now, there would be a difference if this was a 10 or 15-minute adjustment. That's where I think we would need to go in and discuss this with.
I'm not disagreeing with your points, right? But we can sit on high and make these decisions and say, "Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
But it impacts people.
Right.
Right, and I want to make sure they're okay with it before I say yes.
Sure.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. I've made some poor decisions in my career of my teams that I'm leading. I thought it sounded great.
Yeah.
But it impacted people, right? And this is an impactful, it's 5 minutes, I get it, but there could be some impact. And are they gonna use the time for what you want them to do? And how do we structure that to make it happen?
Right.
Again, I'm not saying no, but I wanna make sure the people that are being impacted are involved, right? Because that's a huge criticism that we hear, is that decisions are made and we're not involved. I hear it all the time, and not just at home. I'm making that very clear. She's watching.
Yeah, I just noticed that, so you're asking them, just the high school, for example, they're coming in 5 minutes extra early, but they're leaving 10 minutes early, that? Am I understanding the teacher dismissal, I'm looking at the teacher side, right, so 6:55 they come
right,
in.
they're leaving 5 minutes early, that's correct.
Okay, so you're basically taking 5 in the front, but giving them an extra
Five.
5 on the.
5 in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So that's where we're reallocating that. So.
And if
Yeah.
most,
And
And
that
same with
goes
the
the
middle
same
school.
with the middle school.
So
Same scenario.
report 5 minutes earlier and.
So they're
gonna
actually-
end 5 minutes earlier.
Their workday is 5 minutes less in this scenario that you're creating?
For the,
It's the same.
It's the same.
It's shifting by 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Instructional time.
Yeah.
I'd say, I think this is a good idea, and I think the teachers are mostly gonna be favorable. They're probably already there at that point anyway. If they're like John down there, but I don't like the idea personally of shortening the time frame that they're going class to class. If there's another workaround, just to think on the back end of it. I know how struggling it is for some of the students, and feedback from my own kids and their friends, how they have to lug, especially at the middle school level.
Yeah.
Not that I have any kids there now, but I did. And I heard the horror stories of having lugged all the stuff around, get to your locker, get back, because there's no way they can carry it. There's just a lot going on in the middle. So if there's some kind of workaround, you can at least take a look at that. But I like the idea of the.
So that all the sixth grade classes are gonna be done all of
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah,
That's what they said.
That's good.
if you look at the flow of where they're going, it's like up, down, left,
Yes,
right.
it
And,
is.
and so we're trying to streamline that,
Near their lockers.
this would be, either by, this floor, would be near their
Using the
locker, and
routing
this would be the
software.
7th grade
Then I'm all
team.
for it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for
And those are things, that's a good point. Those are things we certainly look at when making these decisions, so.
What are you doing down there?
I asked if they were using the routing software.
So what's the
Okay.
pleasure of the board in terms of moving forward? Because
Talk to the staff, but
Yeah, talk to the staff a little bit, get their feedback.
I mean, I think they should.
And, do it at a faculty meeting or?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we do that. Yeah, we'll show them the 5 minutes earlier and then leave 5 minutes
That's
earlier,
what-
so
right.
you get some feedback. We could do that at the next faculty meeting, and that way that actually would dovetail with the next board meeting. And then depending on that feedback, principals, if you guys can give me some of that feedback, I can circle it back around with the board, so. All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay. We're up to education and curriculum. So,
Yes, and I think we're starting with the program and stuff.
right.
Yes.
So I am going to start with Mr. McCutcheon at the middle school, and I will tell you now, her presentations aren't anywhere near as long as they've been in the past, because we really didn't make major changes like we have, because we spent so much time the last few years. But there are a few things that they do want to highlight, so,
That's good news.
yeah.
We're waiting.
I know.
We're waiting.
You have 5 now.
So with it, it's like, there's a
I'm
mountain
very
dew in the back. if you need.
What did you say? I missed it.
There's a mountain dew in the back.
Oh, that, we should have drank that
I know.
before.
All right.
All right.
I don't know, I would normally say good evening, but I guess good night.
Good morning.
I'm here to present the middle school program of studies. Not many major changes, a lot of reformatting and reorganizing. For example, under each grade level's electives, I removed specific listings for, say, band and chorus, because they're not scheduled in the same way that you would schedule your art class. It doesn't go to like a 6 period, a week during when. So instead, I moved that up into the description, the sections on the educational program and what we offer. So things like that, shifting around. I added in some sections because this is the first time really where our students are starting to become more active in their education and schedule courses that meet their needs and choices. So we begin with how does the school year even work? The school term, how it's broken up from semesters and marking periods and what that equals in terms of time. I also included information on cohorts, or what you would call their graduating years, because now you're looking at your classes and we have the class of 2030. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made me feel very old when I read that, I have to tell you.
So it's then broken down into each grade level. Each grade level section begins with an overview, a description of what students and parents need to know. Every 6th grade student needs to take A, B, C, and D. And in terms of your electives, these are your required electives. You have to take A, B, C, and D. You get this many choices. I believe in 6th grade, it's one elective of their choice. The sections are then broken up into 6th grade core classes, 6th grade electives, and the format repeats for 7th grade. And as they progress through the middle school, they get more choices in their electives, ultimately ending in 8th grade, where it's more of a flow chart, because depending on the courses that you take would impact the number of electives that you take. In 8th grade, we added in an esports course as an elective, and in the core courses section, we look to streamline course requirements for students who want to take English Honors Prep, Algebra 1, Spanish 1. Each course in the previous edition of the program of studies had different requirements, and they weren't really streamlined. One course wanted a 92 in every single marking period. Another course said we're gonna do a 92 overall, your final average. So what we did was we streamlined it so that with the entrance criteria, 1, were recommended, and 2, that we were in line with the high school. We found that some of our requirements were out of line with what the high school was looking to do. Those are the middle school major changes.
So-
Bear TV?
Yes.
We're gonna have a Bear TV down at middle school.
Whoa, that's exciting.
Sort of a feeder program for PBTV.
Great.
Students who have that interest, we can get them introduced, and then that's.
And we have those 2 girls on the PBI's video.
Yeah, right?
Yes,
Future,
absolutely. Absolutely. So at the bottom of page 10,
Yeah, I have it too. Yeah.
there's a, in the blue area, you need to change the BOT to BOTH. And my only other comment, page 11, you have at the top the CEW. I'm like, okay, what does CEW stand for? And I found it, but it was down in the context. So maybe if you put it up top or spell it out, that it's career education and work, I don't know. Just something I saw. I said, that's all I had.
So I have, not a question, just kind of want to revisit something, just kind of want to understand the thought process. So, this is not something you changed, it's something that we did last year. We have the, I think I know why it was done, I just don't know why it still exists. So one of the things we did is we used to give credit for Algebra 1 and Spanish 1, okay? And that was taken away. I would assume that was created, and now we have a 20, final you have to take in that class. So I assumed it had to mirror the high school class. So you had a final that mirrored the high school class, and then essence why you got the credit for the high school class, because in essence it should be no different to here. So the question I have is, we removed the credit requirement. You all can earn credit for that particular class in the high school. So why are we still doing a final in those two areas? So those are only two classes that go finals. Because if it's, in my mind, if it's gonna be treated like a high school class, they should get the high school credit. If we're not, which is fine, then why are we giving them a final? So what's the educational logic on that?
And then Dr. Connor, I can jump. Typically, you don't earn high school credit until you're in high school. That's how most high schools look at it. The reason you take those classes is so you can accelerate into the higher math when you get to the high school.
I'm not debating that, but I'm saying, why are we giving a final?
Because it's taking algebra, that's what is expected, like, so we know they take that, and it's a keystone tested course. So we want to make sure they're hitting the same common assessments as our.
I guess I struggle with that logic.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're gonna treat it like a high school course, they should get that credit. Just because if I now have a college transcript, right? Like one of your things says, hey, you're gonna fulfill 2 language requirements. Well, all in my transcript is gonna show 1 language. How does a college know, hey, and this is a keystone course, how do you show? How do you like?
Yeah, I can tell you, I've been a high school principal for a long time, and most of our kids already came in with algebra and geometry into our high school. You're not going into algebra 2 without having those other courses.
Okay.
So that was never an issue.
With Spanish, for example, the AP Spanish course at the high school prerequisite is Spanish 4. If you don't have the opportunity to take Spanish 1 at the middle school, you're never going to get to Spanish 4, which means you're closed out of the opportunity to earn College Board credit.
And that's typically why you offer those classes in the middle school, for those kids that are ready.
To accelerate.
To accelerate them. That's the reason you take it, not to get the high school credit, is so you can get to like AP calculus. If you don't get into math down there, it's really hard unless you double in high school, like algebra 2 and geometry, because you can only double with geometry.
Well, that's why I like intensive schedule, that's a whole other story. You can double up and get
Yeah, you could double.
That's a fight for another day.
I also think, this is just my opinion, thinking out loud here, I also think it's kid-friendly, and you might be like, what? To make them take a final exam in the middle school where the transcript isn't going to follow them. Of course, we want our kids to meet success, but this is probably their first exposure to a final exam. That's a whole skill in itself to learn how to prepare for something that dates back to what I learned on September 1st. And I think this provides our kids with a safety net where, yeah, it's a challenge. Yes, it's a final exam, but they don't have the pressure of what I do today on this exam is worth 20% of the grade, but it's gonna impact me and follow me for the next 4 years, and that's a hard hole to dig out of when it starts to calculate into.
Well, no, I think calculate, but the credit part, I think.
And also, kids their senior year should be taking the most rigorous schedule. I lived it, I was a high school principal for 18 years. And they would say, well, it's my senior year, I'm gonna take it easy, and I'd always say, this is when you should take the most challenging, because you're going off to college. And that's why we try to build them up like that as well, so.
Anyone else comments on the middle school? Okay.
Like Mr. McCutcheon said, good extra evening tonight. Happy New Year to you. So at the high school, we spent the last 2 years really going through the program studies, fine tuning it. So for this year,
the changes really have is we added AP pre-calculus class. And a lot of the big changes is we opened up a lot of the courses for underclassmen. So a lot of the courses from before, like only in 11th and 12th grade, now it's 9th and 10th. They give more opportunities for our students to take more courses in the elective fields. So I mean, if you have any questions about the high school program study.
Page 13. I think that tracking worksheet should say 25-26 school year. And I think there's another one the same way.
Page 23, it says the wrong school year too. Okay.
Yeah, there's just a couple of school year. Our page, no, I have page 22 marked. Maybe it's 22. Again, it's just the wrong school year somewhere.
It's when it's talking about AP courses, that is not what I know.
Yeah,
Got it, yeah.
advanced placement courses says 24-25.
Yeah.
So those two.
Okay.
And the only other question I have, I know you made some changes to MCTI, I think, stuff. Did I see that?
We added financial literacy in there, where
Right.
before, if you're MCTI, you were exempt from career explorations and portfolio.
Okay.
But now with the state, you're mandated to take financial
All right,
literacy.
okay,
So-
I know it's sometimes hard for MCTI to get everything scheduled, so are they gonna be able to get this done?
Yeah, so what we ended up doing, we had Mr. Morgan was looking through the programs of MCTI to see what credits we can pull from there, like if you're doing carpentry, we can pull math credit from there. If you're doing
okay.
cosmetology, we can take a science credit. This way then we can ensure that they're getting all their phys ed classes and
Okay,
taking all the required classes they need to
okay,
graduate from there.
was my other question. Okay. Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I know it's getting late. So in the one line you talked about the midterm, you guys changed the language of that. So surrounding the midterm, it's basically, if I understand it correctly, it's gonna be up to the department's discretion whether they give a midterm. And if they do give a midterm, it doesn't spell out the percentage in there, one. It says it could be a portion of the 20, but it could be 5 and 15, I don't know that. So I
believe it says 10%.
So page,
Yeah.
page 20 on the PDF or 21 on the PDF, 20 on the written copies.
Okay.
It's either 21 or 20.
We good? Are we, I'm sorry,
No, he's still looking for it.
okay, I was
I think he's
asking
looking
about
for it, right?
questions.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
So there's no percentage change, so right? I guess that was my question, like, does the department have the flexibility to say, hey, the midterm from 5% to finals from 15%? Because right there, it's not really spelled
No,
out.
it would be 10%.
10 and 10?
So I think that changed.
So then, all right, so here's my follow-up question. Since they have equal weight, 10 and 10, is it safe to assume that the midterm covers Q1 through Q2? Or is the final cumulative Q1 through 4? Or is that just,
It would be Q1, Q2 for midterm, Q3, Q4 for.
so it'd be split? Okay, then that makes sense to me. 'Cause I was gonna say, if that's final gonna be Q1 through 4, then that weight would be significantly.
Or 5 and 15.
Right, so I wanted to make
Yeah,
sure
I
that
see
that
what you're
was,
saying.
otherwise I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. And the other question is, and this is more for technology, because I live this world. Is your system gonna be able to deal with people who decide to give it a rare term versus a not, and that calculation, all that GPA that needs to make that happen, because that could be very cumbersome. Have we consulted technology and the Power School system that it will be able to accomplish what we're writing on a piece of paper?
Chuck has been hard at work on the phones the last couple of weeks. He actually, you guys will figure it out.
Okay. This is just a question. June 5th, why June 5th for the AP course? What's the thought process of that?
It was, I believe that's Friday of the week.
But why, it's the year before though. You said you can't drop an AP course. So if I pick an AP course for next year.
I can tell you that, because we've had, when I first came, we had a lot of people sign up, and then large numbers drop, which totally changed sections.
Sections.
Mhm.
I know, those are small sections, just like 2, 3 sometimes.
Well, we would
Small.
have like go from, you can remember this with the one person.
Okay, that's all, I just want to do it logically.
Yeah.
And this is my last thing, I swear. for budget man. He's like, shut up, I went home.
No one said that.
You're thinking.
I didn't say it.
Uh,
He's right.
This is a question in general, so I've had this covered here before. So explain to me your vision of summer work and what the educational value of that, because it's not essentially instruction-led, it's not instructor-led, right? It's mostly busy work. It comes out in different tiers, like for instance, my son, right? He'll get some of it in June. I'll get some of it in July. I'll get some in August, depending on the teacher, like when it's released. Then he'll have to get some of it. I've had some that count as an assessment, right? Some of it counts as a homework. So I guess I'm looking for one, standardization for kids who are taking that. And then secondly, do we still, I know something we used to do, but is there still value in that, right? It's not instructor led. In essence, if I'm assessing a kid, I'm really assessing him and how he taught himself over the summer, right? So if I'm doing it, it's like, did my son teach himself properly? So I guess, have we looked at that in the recent times, or is it something just we've kind of been rolling with? Is it something we should reevaluate at some point?
I can bring that up to the department chair meeting and get their thoughts on a standardized. I have no problem doing it, getting the teacher input about that, in their feedback.
And I think a little bit of a problem we've had, and you guys have a workaround, is teachers schedules changing over the summer. Like, so maybe I'm assigned to AP Lit, but something happens with section numbers and my schedule changes like in June, and then another person has to go in. And sometimes, I know what they've done, you've had a person who had it previously.
I'll give you a great example. Like for instance, like I have my reference to my son, right? Teacher reached out and said, hey, it's going to be done this date. Here's your work. It's going to come out this date. Then that date comes and goes.
Yeah.
No communication. Kid asks, no response, and then finally, oh, it'll be out. It won't be that bad. It'll be like the week before. And it came out like August, so it's like, I guess I'm not against summer work, but like, or why are we assessing on the summer work? That was my question. Like, because it's not instructor led. It's not that kind of thing. So like, I understand there's reading lists, there's other things, but I want to make sure that we're not just giving busy work to give busy work. Some of that feels like that at times. If there's value there, I'm for value, but if there's not value, I don't want to keep doing something that's not valuable, if that makes sense.
I agree.
So if that's something we can maybe look at moving forward, I really think that means value.
I think it's really good feedback, and I know it's something that we've had problems with. The last few years I've been here in summer, and students reach out to certain people, like, we're on vacation.
I get it, it's summer.
We usually get the emails in August.
Right, but if
From
it
the
was all
students.
year, if it was
Yeah,
done at the end of the year, when they kind of schedule, they have it stuff,
Yeah.
they plan appropriately and run, but it's like some teachers release at certain times, and then it's like they're checking in, I don't want to miss it, if there's students, that kind of. I'm finally done.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, under education, I just have one thing I want to mention. You probably all know, my daughter-in-law works for Pocono Mountain. She came home today and she said to me that they had this big meeting yesterday with their paras. They're offering this program to their paras that if they have an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree, but not in education, there's a 2-year program that they can become a teacher. Yes, and it's through a college in Pittsburgh because they have a shortage. So I don't know, but maybe you want to reach out. I don't know if it's something that, we'd be interested in or not, but it's interesting because of the shortage of teachers.
So is there a stipulation of the time and service that they're working as a para?
They have to, I don't know all the details. I know they have to have the degree, one of the 2 degrees.
Because PDE, it's interesting, Brandon, PDE changed this summer the prereqs to hire CTE teachers. And what they did there is anybody that has a bachelor's degree, it used to be 4 years of full-time documented trade experience. Now it's and/or a bachelor's degree and 2 years trade experience. So this is tying right in with what PDE did with the CTE arena to make this doable. So
Yes.
props to them.
I don't know, but
They're also encouraging the intern certificate too.
Yeah.
Universities have to offer it.
just wanted to mention it, but if you wanted to look in, whatever, I don't know. But, yeah. Okay. Curriculum review. If there,
I'll be honest, it's not so much a review, we went back and forth about what to
call it.
But I think there were
Overview.
a lot of questions as we were talking about
Overview.
NWEA
Mhm.
and ELA, and we talked about math. And so what we wanted to do is just, some questions were asked about NWEA. So we wanted to answer those questions and then provide a timeline of when things are happening, because things have changed. We're pushing back math a year.
Saw that.
Because we know it's gonna be a lot on our elementary. with the new ELA program next year. So I'm gonna let them take it over and go for it.
So this is probably gonna take about 45 minutes. I apologize.
Brace yourself.
No.
You don't wanna know.
Yeah, good evening, no. So one of the things here with this overview and NWEA here is just, we wanted to inventory our benchmarking assessment here. And I wanted to give you that overview of really all the benchmark assessments that we provide to our students at the district. And so if you take a look at this here, we broke it down by our buildings that we have, and there's a lot. And when you take a look at how much we assess that, it's a lot of instructional time being lost. So with this, there are three key things that I kind of want to just emphasize. And the first one is, for example, at the elementary, your QPS here and your cadence, that is those
Yeah,
screeners
because
will
it's
be
not up here.
one-on-one. So that takes a lot of additional time than a standard assessment where you can just put that kid and get the whole class done at one time. You have to work with that kid individually to do that screener on top of that. The other thing here we're looking at, as I said, is the loss of instructional time. Some of these assessments take over 2 days, some take 3 days. It obviously depends on the grade level. It also depends on, the level of the student going through that assessment. And if you take a look at, they're all different platforms. So you have your iReady, you have the CDTs, you have STAR, we have the new Firefly, you have Alex, you have the Acadians. There are so many different platforms that we're using to assess students, compile all that data together. Those tools that the students use are different depending on the platform. And then our teachers that are typically at the younger elementary and intermediate, they're going on multiple platforms to get that data and try to compile. So there really are three big things there that just kind of wanted to focus on when we take a look at this inventory. So to switch here, looking at NWA and why, it's really good to have and implement here is it's all in one platform. The data is stored all together, essentially K to 12. So we don't have to have a teacher learn how to use one platform and then another platform to gather that data. And our students, the tools that they're using is consistent across that platform. You'll also see up there though, we do have iReady and Alex still on there because we obviously are not looking at doing a math review yet. We're pushing that off. And iReady and Alex, they have what they classify as a My Path. So we wanted to look at some comparison to help us move forward with eventually our math evaluation of that curriculum. And we will get some data between the NWEA and also the diagnostics of iReady and Alex. So that's a little bit on that piece there.
So can I ask a question? So Firefly will go away,
Yes.
and that's a state, and it's aligned to the state standards.
That is correct, yes.
So, but NWEA is aligned to state
Yep,
standards?
and that'll be on the next slide.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep. So, and I did get feedback from, we did do a pilot, and I did get feedback, and I did share that with the teachers as well as, to be transparent, and that feedback was, it was taking too long. It was rigorous. So, those are things that we are looking at as we move forward. But, once again, the Firefly just came out, and, it's a pilot, so. I'll turn it over to my colleague.
I will say one other thing about, I'm sorry, I wanted that screen. I think the nice thing about NWEA, it's also it's a test that's not basing what they learned that day in the classroom. This is like, as they're learning, it's telling us where they're faring, where they should be with other students the same age, the same grade, which we really don't have that right now. What we really only see is how are they doing on iReady on their path. But when we take that and compare to where they should be, it's not matching where they should be on grade level. This is gonna show us where our kids are gonna be, or should be on grade level as we progress throughout the year. And it tracks them from kindergarten the whole way through. So we'll also be able to see, where are we dipping? Why is this? We look at the curriculum at that grade level. So we haven't had that. So this is gonna do this for us. And when we pull a student on a screen, you see everything on one screen. Here's where they are in math, here's where they are in ELA, and here's where they are in science. And it will show you their path. It can group kids for us. It will take, you take these 5 students and work on this objective.
So can you go back to the last slide? Only because it's different from what I have.
We did some updating.
Yeah.
we thought our last, we thought it was more confusing.
So how often will this be done?
NWEA?
Yeah,
Beginning, middle, and end.
okay.
We'll use that as a benchmark. There are, for your elementary, it could be more often if that student would need it. That would be determined based on the test, but the ones at the elementary are like 20 minutes. So the average test time here is about 45 to 50 minutes about a class period.
And the one thing we've heard from parents is kids are just over tested. That's why we wanted to show you what has been, other tests have come over the years. When you really put it on paper, you don't realize it's a lot.
So the goals were to streamline assessments that can be beneficial to guide instruction, to align the assessments to the standards, to tested material, to give teachers, quantitative data. And then also to have continuity. And what I mean by that is that third grade teacher at PVI can look at the NWEA test data of their students that are incoming from second grade on multiple data points to see who's making progress, what are some of the gaps, and that way they can already start to group and differentiate based on that information, and that will take it all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade. So there's a lot of benefit to having continuity. And it's one less thing for teachers to sign on because, they're going to iReady, signing in, trying to create a report, and then going into this other program and going into this other program. We're just trying to make it a little bit more streamlined throughout the district.
If I can also piggyback on that, for example, you would have obviously your math teacher in 8th grade that has the iReady access. They're not going to have access to any of their reading scores or science scores. So here, that score is all in that. So that could help differentiate, if a student is struggling in reading, they can actually differentiate part of that, the math altogether. Because
We
they
do
would
find
have
that that's an issue at the lower grades, their level of reading for some of the math.
For like word problems and stuff, yeah.
So I guess where I'm missing is, you said beginning, middle, and end for the testing. So what kind of data are they collecting in between that?
She said, perfect sentence, thank you.
No,
Okay, so everybody took care of most of what's on this slide, so thanks. So I get to talk less, I think. But as far as in between, that'll be covered partly by the next slide, what to do with those multiple data points over the course of the year. And what differentiates the standards aligned to PA of NWEA from something like Firefly is that NWEA will give the suggestions, what can we do with this? How do we group kids? Firefly, because it's from the state, it will obviously attach to some of the, and I've been through them multiple times in the past couple weeks, limited resources right now that are in SAS that are standards aligned. But we've got the resources from our classrooms, and Firefly won't group these kids. The teachers would still be doing it themselves. NWEA will group our kids according to where we have common challenges that need to be met within the same classrooms, within the same grade, on the same teams.
And so it makes it a lot easier. It's a huge time component to group and regroup your kids effectively for differentiation. So this does save an awful lot of time as opposed to multiple platforms, or even just using Firefly for everything, which doesn't group for you. We already covered continuity of progress. I think Dr. Conrad said teachers have data for their students from day one of the school year because they have the previous year's data. No more waiting several weeks to get data and have time to look at it before we can start flexible grouping or differentiation with our students. And the NWEA assessments are normed and standards aligned. Dr. Howard mentioned that we have several of our tests, particularly iReady, which shows you that a student is growing, but that student could be, if your standards are here, the student could be way down here, and it could show tremendous growth to there. But it's not necessarily moving them on those learning paths up to where they need to be. It's just moving them along at their own pace. Whereas this shows where a student actually should be according to the state requirements based on the PSSA and Keystone.
If the standards are changed, will NWEA update?
They will,
Yes.
yes.
It's just, we looked at all the districts that use it, it's just,
Okay.
yeah, voluminous.
Okay.
They will. All right, the next one moves into the timeline, so before I change it, are there any more NWEA questions?
Some of that, next one.
All right, so here is our timeline. And so in just a couple of weeks, in the window between January 23rd and 30th, we will be visiting Bethlehem Area School District to see Wonders/Study Sync, which is one of the core resource programs we're looking at for ELA, and also visiting the Wilson Area School District to see the interreading and interlit core resources in action in those districts. They've been using them for multiple years, so we are kind of getting a really good view of where we would like to be with either program as far as like the teacher's experience and so forth. And there will be an opportunity for our teachers to talk with the teachers at those districts before they leave.
Do you know?
They are close to us proximity wise, like another school that uses interreading and interlit is Pennsbury, but that's quite a bit more of a distance for us.
I guess what I mean.
These are in the area.
The actual program, like, as I started to before, it's like, you gave 9 programs for them to look at. Where did you come up with those 9 programs?
Well, they were chosen based on several factors. For example, they all came from major educational publishing groups. They are all rated at least decently on Ed Reports and through the Reading League, which looks specifically at ELA programs. And they are all, excuse me, I looked at myself, the top 30 districts in Pennsylvania, like the top scoring districts in PSSAs. And not all of them have their core resources identified in their curriculum pages, but out of the ones that did, I made a point of noting those. Wonders and Interreading does appear several times, as do several of the others that we took a look at. And that was basically how the decision was made.
So when this Senate Bill 801 comes out, do we expect to see those on there?
So when the,
That Senate Bill 801 comes out?
if they come out with a list of reading programs, I don't know what's going to be on there. They're going to be suggestions. Pennsylvania has stated
They're all based on
that-
scientifically.
Yes.
The state's gonna, to me, if they're doing the work for us and they're telling us that they're gonna present this list with us as well as identify all of our areas of weakness.
They are, and I have looked into that, and I think one of the concerns that's coming out in the very most recent research is that there have been a lot of states, and one of them unfortunately is Pennsylvania, that have jumped on mandates for certain ways of teaching reading and literacy before the research has come out. And so they're actually going on things that are in our mandates that have already been kind of disproven to be effective.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying.
So I don't think that should, what I'm saying is, I don't think that should be a concern if these programs aren't on that list.
Right, and my big concern is like, I just went on to your PSBA, and I looked at those scores for third, fourth, and fifth grade, and here's one school, 73, 74, 78, 80, 75, 76, 74, 71, 67, 62, 63, 65, 76, 77, 84. To me, I think they're pretty good, because then there's Pleasant Valley, 47, 55, 4, 54. To me, and someone said, oh, well, we want to go with schools that are similar to ours, that would be like Pleasant Valley volleyball team looking to East Stroudsburg, North and South to see how it is to be successful. It's versus going to Parkland, who already has PSSA, or, they're winning state championships. So are these schools that you're going to, Bethlehem, further PSSA compared to where ours are?
Well, I can say that, that's why we looked at what the top 30 schools were using.
Right.
These programs are on it, so to visit a school that's using it, we just picked one that was in close
Well,
proximity.
that's what I'm saying. Are
Right.
these, what are these two schools, what are the PSSAs? I mean, what are these?
I didn't factor that into consideration because we're looking at how they're implementing it. And I mean, Bethlehem does fairly well, but we're looking to see the program and to see how it works.
They look at it a different way.
We're not looking to mimic exactly what they're doing
No, I'm not
because
saying
we're
mimic,
using
but I
it
would like to
for
see it
our
mimic the scores.
students.
But that's why we picked,
That's why we're
that's
doing
why these programs were picked. We wanted to see, like I said, let's look at what the top schools are using. I didn't want to put a van load of people and drive them out like to.
No,
Yeah.
but
Right.
I would think you would know if you're going to these two schools, what are their PSSA scores compared to ours?
I don't think it matters.
Our goal in visiting these two schools were.
But I think that, so
For our
I
purpose.
look offended or upset by that.
I'm just like,
But I think just
what if they have
looking,
the same score as
here
ours?
is what the better schools are using. The schools that are scoring better, they're using these programs. These are the programs we want to use.
Right, so
They're
you
gonna
should
help
know what their PSSA score is, because.
But they weren't on the, I mean, they might not have been on the list of the top 30 in the state that we looked at, I guess is what I'm saying. So I feel like they did the homework that you're asking, they just didn't do it the way that you are asking if they did it.
Right.
Because
They
it's
didn't look
our
at Bethlehem, they looked at the 30 best highest.
Right, but what I'm saying is Bethlehem scores are in the 50s, and they're using that program, then
Students are all
the
different.
program might be good, but maybe Bethlehem's not using the proper.
I got you, like maybe they didn't implement it
Correct.
smartly.
But our,
Or they weren't given the resources that, like, we talked about this before.
I got you.
They were given-
our goal though in visiting is to see how they're implementing and get their teacher feedback. What are their thoughts? And then on February 14th, we have these companies coming in and presenting to all of our elementary teachers. And they have the ability to ask questions. So we were just looking, let's let them go, let's let them see it in practice, let them ask teachers, what do you like about it, what don't you like about it? At that point, then we have the companies coming in, but we did choose programs that are used by the top performing schools in the state.
That's a top performance school.
That's how we chose the ones we looked at.
And how to use it correctly, so it gets, that's what I'm saying.
Correct. You can take the best resource or the worst resource, it's all in how.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, so if you're going to a school that.
But the point of going to the school was just to ask them, what do you like about it, what don't you like about it, like.
Hands-on.
Yeah,
Yes.
we already know that it's a program that produces well at other districts.
And we're looking to purchase the program.
Right,
Yeah.
and I believe HMH is over at East Stroudsburg.
It is also
They
at
don't-
Stroudsburg, but only 3 to 5. So we chose Wilson because they are using it K through 6, which also includes a component of the interliterature, which we would like for our older students.
So Bernie, can you tell me who's going to be going on these visits?
I don't know yet because I have not settled on a final number. The people I'm in contact with at each of those places are in their central offices. So they are trying to work out, which teachers' classrooms would be open to us, you know, and that depends on how many students, what else is going on that day.
So-
Like the building principals.
Are we
Yeah,
going K to
building
6
principals.
teachers, K to 8 teachers, K to, Keystone?
Right now, we're doing K to 8. To do this at the end of January, we can't really take high school because they're doing like final exams because they're both on block schedules.
Okay.
And then we'll be taking high school early in February to look at the upper level if they would like to go.
Okay.
So we're probably not taking that entire committee, which was over 20 people, unfortunately, because we really just can't. They kind of invade the school while they're having class.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on how many classrooms they have open. If we can take them all, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
But they haven't given me a number.
The last page of your email, you have the list and then you have X's by only 6 people.
That was previously, this is the biggest committee we've ever had at Pleasant Valley.
No, I just didn't know.
We typically only had 6 people, we
Right,
had 20.
right, but I'm just saying, so those X's are not, they're just people.
Those were, but I think it says at the top, like, in years past, these are the people, the positions.
Those are the people who, I think I remember, those were the people who were on the committee last spring when we first started
I
this,
didn't know.
before
And then we
decided. to
Then they
start
expanded.
expanding.
That's what it was.
That's
Yep,
what
that's
it
what
was.
it was.
You're
That
absolutely
was typically the committee.
Yeah, and that was typically
That's where we
decided.
started, and then we expanded. Yep.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upside down, but there it is.
Okay,
Okay.
oh, that was only one square.
Mhm.
This will take 45 minutes.
We've read the rest of them.
Questions?
So then, we already said February 14th, we are having both publishers come in for a presentation and Q&A session, and then teachers will have time to provide some more feedback about those two. And then we are looking to make a selection and put that one up for board approval by the February 27th board meeting. On the PD day on March 19, if NWEA is approved, that's when we would have them come in for a half-day training in various alternating groups to keep them a little smaller for our faculty and administration. That would just be an overview of what it is, how it works, what it does for us. And then in June, on the last 2 days.
Sorry.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
I don't see anywhere on here when we're asking for approval of the NWEA.
That would be at the next board meeting. That one's cut off on this timeline because I just ran out.
Well, I have the old timeline.
Yeah.
'cause this
It was cut off on that one too.
So when is it?
Next board meeting.
That gives us time to do
Next board
the
meeting.
professional development for.
So the
this
second meeting,
The second meeting. in
January.
January, yes.
All right, so, the last,
So you want board approval for NWEA, January
January
23rd,
23rd.
Yes.
before the teachers go and look at this?
no.
No, this is
No,
different.
that-
Totally.
NWEA
Okay, I'm
is
reading the
test.
bottom, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
NWE is
the,
testing. This is
the ELA program would be, February 27th.
So the teachers will go.
The teachers will have gone to
Then
see it.
the publishers will come in, then.
Because honestly, I mean, before I would say yes or no, I want to hear the teachers' feedback, because I'm gonna tell you, I got some feedback that they were not happy with how they were involved with this committee. Take it for what it's worth, right? I don't know what was involved or what wasn't involved. But I want to hear teachers at that podium giving the good, the bad, and the ugly. Not from you guys. I want it from the teachers.
Okay.
No, I would agree. We heard from some teachers that they didn't like, but then we also had teachers that.
And that's fine, but again, we hear different things, right? And I want to make sure that we're making the right decision on the people who are going to truly use it, as opposed to, again, committee on high. I want to make sure we're making the right decisions for the people who have to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. So June, whatever the ELA new resource is, we have plans for that company to send trainers to give a general overview, introduce the program, introduce all of the resources, the assessments and so forth before the teachers leave for the summer.
So it will be
that-
it will be the company doing the training.
Yes, it won't be us.
It won't be us. Okay.
And then over the summer, using the new core resource to revise the K-10 ELA curriculum.
And what does that mean exactly? Explain that to me.
It means to make sure that we have a solid scope and sequence that incorporates the new resource aligned with standards. We've been saying all along that in the past, we've purchased things like units of study, 95 phonics, for the curriculum. And that was followed precisely with fidelity, exactly how the program is laid out. It's not necessarily aligned to the Pennsylvania standards. It doesn't necessarily cover all the standards or move at the pace that it needs to move for what our students need to do at what time. We have a curriculum. There's curriculum framework that we can use to make a scope and sequence in SAS. PDE did it for us. So we're going to use that and the resource to make sure that we have a scope and sequence that is aligned, that moves at the appropriate pace, that covers all the things that it needs to cover.
And who will be doing this?
Department chairs, it's part of their job functions that they will look at curriculum every summer, so they'll do that. We will probably also need input. I know the department chairs don't teach all of the grades, so we'll look to get some teachers either volunteer by the principal.
We do it every summer,
You know,
bring teachers in. if they
Yeah,
need
bring
to.
teachers in to help with that too.
This is probably a dumb question. But wouldn't you rewrite or revise your curriculum prior to picking a program?
Our curriculum's written by the state.
It's
Okay.
it's there.
It's
We just
already-
need
we
the scope
have-
and sequence.
It's just not,
Okay,
It's
so
the
it's
state
not,
standards, the
so it's a
resources.
okay,
it's like
so it's
providing
not.
the resource to
It's
how
the
to.
resource to support that standard,
Yes.
to teach that standard, essentially.
Yeah, the difference is that now we're not purchasing this to be our curriculum. We're purchasing to use it as a core resource. And I've been in virtual meetings with PASCD where the people from there, which that's the state curriculum people, who have said that the phrase that they don't like is implementing with fidelity. You should not be buying something to do it the way a publisher who doesn't know your school and doesn't necessarily know your state tells you how to teach, because that does not honor the teachers who are teaching or the students in front of them. So instead, implement with integrity, and that's what we're aiming to do.
And anything we purchase is not a curriculum. It's a curricular resource
Right.
to support the curriculum. And I think that's where we've got off track a little bit.
Right, and just to add a little bit to that, I think part of it is that there was a time and place, not just in Pleasant Valley, but in other districts, where you literally went from page 1 to page 100, and you had to be lockstep on the page, and if you didn't, then there could be consequences, and those days are gone, but that's why there's that need for collaboration, and here's the standard, here's the content of the core resource, how can we infuse the two to make sure students understand these standards?
So I guess it's really not a curriculum revision.
Right.
Well, or maybe.
Those words are-
It's a core resource, yeah.
That- I
is the
guess
way
that's
to
what's
say it.
Or
How do we
more of an
incorporate
integration,
The
I guess.
resource, yeah, how to
Yeah.
integrate the
Yeah.
resource into
Yeah.
the curriculum.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, and then that brings us to our September PD day. By the time we hit the September PD day, teachers will have given, if we have it, the NWEA beginning of the year tests in ELA, math, and science. And so we will have data analysis training from NWEA. It's about a 2-hour training, and it basically shows what you're looking at, how to interpret it, and then what to do with it. Then in September or October, there's MAP reading fluency for coach training from NWEA with PBE. This is something that also is, we're looking to purchase with NWEA. The tests in NWEA are called MAP, Measures for Academic Progress. And so the MAP reading fluency for coach, we're looking to get K-2. What that is a digital program that uses AI, and the kids read into it. So this is something that's ideal for during small group time for the students who are not in the small group, because if they can't really read yet, or they can't read on level, or even if they do, and they just need to accelerate, they don't always have somebody sitting with them who's monitoring them. They're not always doing the best activities. You know, they might just be on a digital program. And yes, this is a digital program, but it has this digital coach. And what that is the students read, they have the headphones, they read into the program out loud. And then as they're reading the passage, if they make a mistake, for example, they might say like, John licks to ride his bike instead of John likes to ride his bike. Well, then a micro intervention will pop up and will go over that long I silent E sound that they messed up on and give them a lesson on it and review it with them and then put them back into the passage, but the passage will automatically adjust. So there's more of that skill, that long I silent E that John messed up on.
Okay, but you just said, right, so we're buying the NWEA, but then you just said we're going to purchase something else, is that?
This is an extension of NWEA.
All right, so it's not giving us everything we need. Like I thought
NWEA
this
is a
process was gonna
testing
tell us
system.
this, and then it was gonna automatically give us the stuff we need to improve these kids, but you're saying it's just gonna tell us where it is, what's wrong, and then we have to buy more from them in order to.
It's like,
No.
it's an extension of it.
It's
So
an
like you said, how are
extension.
we doing these other things?
NWEA is the testing. It's the benchmark testing for beginning, middle, and end of the year. The reading fluency for coach is an instructional tool.
Given from or purchase through.
It's just purchased through the same company.
Sounds pretty neat though.
I feel like we're slowly peeling the Band-Aid off to see what the prices are for all this. Let's just get the
All
knowledge.
these agreements, we're not using any.
Nothing.
What is the cost of NW? I don't know if you,
It's 20 after 11.
The difference between what we pay for everything else we use right now and what we use for NWEA, we're paying an extra $157,000. I think it's like a total of $365, I don't.
$267.
Yeah.
And then
Otherwise, I thought
$267,
Oh,
$437.
I'm so sorry.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, but we will pay every penny out of Ready to Learn.
That's a beautiful thing.
So, just so you're aware, like the offset of those other programs that we use, your STAR, your Acadians, you know, you're looking at, because those would require a 3-year estimate as well, somewhere around 100,000 to 150,000, depending. So then you obviously take that off of the 2 days. Yep, yeah, correct, yes, so.
Next.
Okay, moving on. And then, still with the NWEA, on the February PD day in 2026, by then, teachers will have given the mid-year benchmark assessment. And so we'll have 2 data points, and NWEA comes back and does a quick 1-hour session on, okay, we've got 2 data points, how do we read those, and then what do we do with them to make predictions about performance on the PSSA or the Keystone, and what do we need to do between now and then to make up any deficits that are left?
so who receives that training?
All
Everybody.
the teachers.
Everybody?
So all those PDs that you see like in September and that.
Yeah, that's what this is,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
only one that's not everybody is the one that specifically says PDE.
Yeah, okay.
And then if we go back down to the bottom, during next school year, we'd also be looking at the science core resource evaluation, and do a review for that. And then the following summer, the curriculum integration, not revision. And then, as Dr. Howard said, we had decided to push off math until 2026, 27
So,
for a review because of the elementary teachers.
so we'll need to do a 2-year extension then with math?
2-year extension for iReady.
iReady.
With,
Yes.
I think with the middle school, it's just a 1-year extension.
Middle school, we
Because
got it
they're
a year
off.
later.
Yes,
Yes.
it's they're good till 26.
So you would do ELA in 2025, science in 2026, and then math and
Social studies,
math and social studies in 20,
26, 27,
both in 2026.
yes. Well, I don't think there's any math.
For the elementary, like at PBI, if you're teaching science, you're typically not teaching social studies, so we thought that would go well together. And we were gonna do math this coming
Yeah.
next school year, but with all of this, we don't want to overwhelm them, so.
So those that teach math and science will have 2 back-to-back.
But not at the same time.
No, it'll be back-to-back. 1 year and then next year.
Same with science and social studies, because there are a lot of science, social studies, at PBI, for example.
But if we get to that point and we realize, just like we thought, well, we'll do math next year, we really started getting into this, and John met with the department chairs for math. And they were like, no, we all agree, let's wait.
So why was the decision made to do science?
With the steel standards changing, so we need to look at a core resource for that. Right now, they're implementing Open Ed at obviously the high school and also a little bit in the middle school. So they're using, a science core curriculum. So we need to make sure, we need to review it, make sure that it's meeting our students and getting them on grade level and making sure that they're doing well in their benchmarks.
So that's K to 6 science?
We're looking at, across the board, up to ninth grade for bio as well.
And math would be K to 8.
Up to 9.
Math.
Math.
Oh,
I'm
math.
sorry, I thought you said science.
No, I changed then and went math.
Math would be K to algebra.
And what happens if the teachers come back in February with their, whatever date their feedback is due? I think it's February 14th. And they don't like either program.
Then we just wasted a year and a half. I think the feedback that we had received from our teachers is that both of these programs seem like they're, highly regarded and that they're going to help our students move forward. At the end of the day, decisions have to be made and we're seeking feedback from individuals, but, it's our, responsibility as an administration team to make a recommendation based on that feedback. So at the end of the day, our goal is to have a decision made. People have had over a year and a half to provide feedback and I think everyone can recognize that we're trying to move our district forward with having the right resources available for our staff and students.
I know that being a teacher for a while, and they did say as well, I know that switching resources, you get very comfortable with something, with pieces that you like, and it's hard. I know there were times I didn't always agree with the pick that I was given, but we're looking at resources that are producing the results. What we have now is not helping us get to where we want to be. And I know anytime you change a car, people become very personal and become very connected to some of the things they're using. They may not agree with us, but I know what we're doing now. We do not have the results that we need.
And I don't disagree with that, but I have heard, just as Mr. O'Keefe has said, that that the process used to get where we are was not necessarily done with fidelity. I guess I'll put it that way. I'm sorry. And I, you know,
I think they wanted to vote. They wanted to vote.
well, I don't know that they wanted to vote. I mean, I get the one piece where I asked the question before, you know, how did CKLA come out on top after the one meeting and then the next meeting wasn't even being considered? That blows my mind. Blows my mind. I don't understand that. I mean, it's like a waste of having meetings to me. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I understand we need something. I completely understand that, and I completely understand where we're at, and I'm okay with it. But I have to tell you, I'm a little bothered by that piece.
I would say they, for the most part, I don't want to speak for everybody, they would want to keep a cadence.
Well, I
I
just don't know.
I'll say this. I think, you know, we had a lot of discussions about where we were and where we would end up. And there was discussions about, is this a K to, you know, 5 program? Is this K to 6? Is this K to
Right.
8? So right then and there,
things changed.
you know, I don't think we went into the discussions thinking this is gonna be a K to Keystone, or, you know, like, this is gonna impact the secondary buildings.
Mhm.
I think, you know, our initial stab at this was, let's take a look at the lower grade levels, because that's where we're seeing some disparities. So let's focus our attention there. However, what we also realize is that if there's not continuity from grade, you know, one grade or one building to the next, and so shifting that focus and trying to get people from PVE, PVI, and getting middle school feedback, that's where we got more robust. So could you call foul on the play that it wasn't the original plan? Of course, because no one sticks to the original plan. But what we're trying to do is have people understand that as we made adjustments throughout the process, which weren't, you know, deceitful, it was always predicated on how do we have a greater impact on learning. And quite frankly, I don't think some people are happy with that because they want it their way. And as Dr. Howard said, there are people here that have been teaching the same curriculum, and not just in Pleasant Valley, I'm saying across, you know, with the same curriculum for 10 years. There's no innovation when, you know, you're using the same resources that you've been using for the last 10 years. This is an opportunity for us to infuse additional resources. And we have awesome teachers that I know will take this and say, what a great opportunity, they'll collaborate.
Mhm.
But like I said, at the end of the day, our scores, and I will say this to everyone here, our scores are not acceptable. They're not good enough. And I hope that every person that is either listening or we have conversations, when you see 60%, 40%, 30% of our students that are proficient, I hope we're looking in the mirror saying, that's not good enough. Because that is the critical mass point for us to make a change. We have an opportunity to make a change. Let's make a change. And you know what? If in 5 years it hasn't had the impact we had, then we obviously have to make some pivots. But we do need to really implement this with integrity, and we do need to work together at this. It's like anything. If you sit there right from the get-go and say, hey, this isn't going to work, do you think it's going to work? No, of course not. And I think we need to break out of that vicious cycle of, well, this is just another resource. This isn't going to work. Steels isn't going to be around forever. You know, like, we have to get past that. Our kids are not succeeding. This is us taking those opportunities.
I think also that some of the selections were made and early on because they wanted to keep a cadence. And if they went with CKLA.
95.
I'm sorry.
95, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Cadence is 495. Thank you. That we could keep that.
Yeah.
And that's why. And then when we look at foundational skills, I believe it was CKLA, did not have the foundational skills, but they don't.
Yeah.
I can't come to you and say.
I just had to say what's on my mind.
No,
And I.
Sue said, Sue knows that, I mean, she's stating that, like we said, we know there has to be change. We all know that. And the teachers that we talked to, they know there needs to be change. But I guess what the idea is that if you're down there in the ditches and you're digging, you can decide which shovel you want is gonna work best for you. And if I turn around, I turn to somebody and say, okay, you can pick peas, carrots, or corn. I pick corn. You say, well, no, your only choices I'm gonna give you is peas and carrots. Well, now you're making me pick something that I really don't want at all. And am I gonna make that successful? And I wanna know how you're gonna hold somebody accountable because you say that's the best program. You better teach it this way. And if it doesn't be successful, it's because of you. Whereas if I tell you, I say, look, this is what I think to make, guess what? I'm holding you, teacher, responsible. You just told me this is what's gonna get our scores up to 60% or whatever above. Well, guess what, teachers? Now you're responsible for that. If I don't see that, we're coming back to you. Right now,
But I think that's the problem is that like, no administrator here is ever threatening our teachers that you have to get these scores. If anything, our teachers, our
I think
administration.
you should be getting
No,
scores.
but
I'm saying threaten, but.
No, but what I'm saying is that like, so here's the thing though, and this is where we need to break out of that cycle is that, none of us are here to penalize any teacher. We're here to say, hey, it's not working. What can we do to help you? What resources can we bring in? But I think the problem, and this is something that we're seeing district-wide, is that there are so many different teachers using so many different resources that, a kid in teacher A's class can do exceptionally well, but then go to teachers B's class or have, a sibling go to that. It's a total different ballgame. What we're trying to do is level the playing field so that way everyone has these resources. We want to make sure that there's teacher autonomy. Nobody's trying to take that away, but you can't have the anarchist perspective of, well, everyone just have at it and use whatever resources, because that's also what's gotten us into these problems as well.
Also, I can't come to you and say, you want corn.
Yeah.
My corn, first of all, it doesn't line up through and it doesn't have foundational skills. How much you like it, I can't come here and say, let's spend hundreds of thousands of dollars
Right.
on a resource that I know does not do what, just because, and all of our people don't agree. PBI and PBE don't agree on the resource that they want.
Well, it's true, because we all,
And
your basic education begins K through 3. Once you reach third grade, again, we talked about this before, if they don't know how to do stuff by third grade, guess what? They're most of them are prison bound.
Well, and that's what we're trying, that is what we're trying,
So those are the ones that I really think, hey, tell me what you do to get this grade up, because if we don't have that foundation, it doesn't matter what we do.
I do want to say though, in the initial email from August, right around the time that school started, that I sent out to the expanded committee to get this going for this year, I did make it very clear that we were not at this time sure if we were doing a K-5 or a K-6, if we were going to include, and it was going to be K-5, 7, 8, K-6, K-5, 6, 7, 8, or where we were going. And I ended that by saying, we probably will not know that answer until after we've had a thorough evaluation of all the possibilities by the committee.
And I
So
know,
I didn't expect to have the answer to where we were going with curriculum alignment and how far it would go and how many grade levels we need resources for until the end.
and I know whatever program it comes down to, our teachers are going to do the best, and implement it. They will. They absolutely will. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I just think the communication could have been better. I think I'll leave it at that.
Just one last thing I'll say too is that there's always lessons learned, right? So I think as we're looking at our math and science, this is good feedback. I mean, it is helpful because we want to make sure that, if we don't know where we're gonna end up, we wanna, again, put that out there in writing, make sure we communicate that, make sure that we're involving different parties. But I agree with you. I mean, we can definitely learn from this, but one thing that I'm extremely happy about is the fact that, this isn't 2 or 3 or 6 people making it in a vacuum. This is a larger, expansive group. But remember, the problem is when you have more people involved in the decision making, you have more division amongst the group.
And I think before we're looking at a program K-5 or K to, it was a smaller.
Yeah.
So now so the group is expanded too.
Exactly,
So
right, yeah.
I get it. So, all right. Sorry. As everybody's yawning and I think I'm all of a sudden awake again. All right, security vehicles?
I know.
Oh,
Yes,
They're here. They're here. All right. Poor Jim. I was going to put you first. I should have done it.
No worries. Just a recap, I know last meeting was asked about Team Snap. Their data is a little limited, but I did talk with them and they're looking to give us more data as they redevelop their program. But currently in the district, over all levels and all sports, we have 841 signups. That's 841 parents, kids, coaches that are engaged in using it. We started chess on it, since we're in the chess season, so they're using it. I hope to next year then work with Mrs. Meese and the high school to implement it in our extracurriculars, so that they can use it as well to pump it out and use it with them. I also met with Big Teams, which is our Westinghouse or holding house of our schedules. We currently use Arbiter for our collection of student data for health and all. Big Teams also does it, so some schools have moved from Arbiter to what's called Family ID. So I'm gonna be looking into them to see, instead of paying for 2 different platforms, just get it under 1 platform. So I'll be bringing that in the future to you as well. Hall of Fame, 124 coming up here. We had 5 individuals that were voted in by the committee. We had Aaron Furman, Pat Craigelo, Stephanie Worst, Brad Conowalik, and Jake Sarwar, who were voted into the Hall of Fame. We'll be celebrating that on 124. I believe Lisa sent out an invitation to all of you and to all the rest. We hope to see you all there and enjoy those festivities. One person will not be able to make it, Brad he's in North Carolina now and he has other obligations that weekend, so he will not be able to make it. So 4 people will be recognized at halftime and during our pre-game activities.
Will someone represent him? Do you know?
We're working on that right now, to figure out how we can do that.
Okay.
Can we zoom them in?
I'm sorry?
Zoom them in, teams them in?
Yeah, we had that great digital scoreboard on there, we could bring them back.
His mom's here.
Yeah.
My brother just passed away.
Oh, okay.
They're working on getting, this is out in California, and the way he's in Thailand, so they're working on procedures to try to.
Okay, so that's maybe why we haven't heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that information, Mr. Gizek.
Very unexpected.
And the last thing I have, today I had our EPC meeting, and one of the things that was brought up was code of conduct at games. And the league has decided to work on, over the next several months, a league-wide code of conduct that we can post in all of our facilities. That is across the board, the same thing we're gonna follow from district to district at all of our games. We felt that it was a way to kind of bring unity amongst all the districts in our league. And fan expectation that when you go to Parkland or you go to Coconut Mountain, east or west, the fan expectation is the same over all of our leagues. So that was one thing we worked on today in our league meeting. That's all I have. Do you have anything?
Any questions?
Code of conduct for coaches or students?
For fans,
For fans,
coaches,
for everything,
and
the whole, okay.
conduct across.
Yeah.
Across the board. Biggest thing though is our fans. You know, our parents, do get a little excited at times and sometimes make wrong choices.
Imagine that. Any other?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Mr. Reynolds? Community.
How are you?
I'm good, long time no see. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. It's been far too long.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here. And,
Doing well?
yeah, well, I'm alive. You know. Yes, you know, I'll give you the backstory again, yes, when you have time. But, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
alive.
you,
Just be careful when you're driving on 209 going to a 33, because I almost died in August.
oh,
Yeah, so, but I'm here. So there's a lot of things back here. I'm gonna try to be brief, you know, because I know it's like almost midnight. And I actually came right from work directly here because I was asked to do so. As Dr. Conrad, he knows I represent quite a few groups in the community, and I'm always their go-to person and go forth and get the information and report back. So okay, you know, I don't have a lot of bandwidth and a lot of time, you know, so I'm dead tired. Anyway, with that being said, so I'll go from the back and move forward. The most recent, I guess, with the athletics. Quick comment on that. So just, you mentioned the code of conduct. So in regard to that, you're talking about the parents and that, you know, how they represent themselves. And how they, I guess, they act in the games and so forth and so on. But I have to report to you, when it comes to some of the sporting teams, and this is not a slight against any of the coaches, but I'm just giving you actual metrics from parents and from players. These are actual statements and information. In the coaching, I'll start with myself. When I played, if you were a kind of sport kid and you were cussing and swearing and carrying on, you didn't play. There was none of that. I don't know how it's done now, but on these teams, the coaches are there. If you have players who cannot conduct themselves, when we actually wore, an actual tie when we went to visiting games, those schools. I'm not suggesting that the school needs to do that, but I'm talking about on these school grounds, if you have students that are trying out, they're playing, and they are cursing while they're playing, while they're practicing, cursing at each other, cursing. I don't get that. Can't wrap my head around where's it, and these are your teammates. I don't know what your records are looking like, but from what I understand, they're not that great. And I'm talking, this is from the players. I don't know how the football team is doing in basketball, but I'm just giving you actual metrics. So you might want to take a look at that. Talk to the coaches and find out who's on the ground, what's going on, because these are things that's actually transpiring. Okay? So I'll move on from that. That's the sports. In addition, and so in regard to NWEA, I have to say, I'm really, I mean, I have no words. That's amazing because the problem you guys are getting it, or I don't know who came up with this idea, but we're late to the party. In Southeast Asia, they've been doing this for years and years and years and years. This is the reason why. I spent a lot of time in Southeast Asia. This is why they're way ahead of the US, because they spend time on instruction. They're not testing and testing and testing these kids to death. They figured it out. Let's teach the kids. We don't have to keep testing them a bazillion times. And hopefully if this gets adopted, I think, again, and I have to say thank you too. I forgot to say this in the beginning. And Mr. O'Keefe, thank you so much for it, because I didn't know how this all worked. If I had to talk at the end or in the middle, but thank you for recognizing, giving me.
No, I have it down.
So with that being said, NWEA, that's been done in other countries, so hopefully we can do that here and get that going. What else? Okay, the rekeying, mechanical locks. I don't know, maybe I missed it, but you talked about keys, rekeying, and also digital. Was mechanical locks mentioned? Because they're about the same cost as keys. They're more efficient, they work better, and they don't require power. So, is that not an option to do mechanical locks?
We are using mechanical.
They are mechanical.
They're not digital.
Oh, so you are using mechanical?
Yeah,
Okay, I wasn't sure if I missed that part, okay. So, yeah, mechanical will be great, because they don't require power, so.
Right, yeah.
And nowadays, don't have to worry about that, okay? The 10 minutes earlier, okay, so again, I don't know what happened, I don't know, maybe I'm in a time warp, but when I was going to school, I'm sure a lot of you can concur, teachers, you didn't have to tell the teachers to arrive to school early and to prepare their lesson plans, that was just built in, right? So now we have to tell the teachers or make an amendment? It's like, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. What? It's like.
He's trying.
It's more about just having time for collaboration that they don't have. So right now, there's very limited time. And actually, after the students leave, what I'm saying is that they're sticking around for 10 or 15 minutes. We can use that time on the front end to make sure that they have opportunities to talk about assessments and curriculum and things, and parent meetings and stuff like that are really
Right,
important.
Parents do try to call,
Agreed,
to
yeah.
interact with the teacher.
Yeah.
But I thought that, maybe I missed what you said, I thought you were talking about making it a mandate for them to come in early to prepare for their classes.
No, what I'm saying is they would just come in 5 minutes earlier, but, again, they would have an opportunity to make sure they have everything ready for that day, but they're already doing that, so now it's more a pivot to collaboration, parent meetings, IEP meetings, things like that would be helpful to use during that time, that's all.
Okay, and also when Dr. Conrad, so you mentioned you said the continuity between the buildings.
Yeah.
Again, spot on. That continuity, where is it? Because again, we talked about this before. So elementary school to intermediate to middle school, it's like they go to the middle school and it's almost as been like vaporizing, just kind of time warp. What happened? It's almost as if the emphasis on the academic part is like dissipated. It's like, what happened? We talked about this even like with what do you call it, the honor roll and the certificates and things like that. It completely disappeared until, you, Mr. Reynolds, bringing that back. Even that's still not even being done correctly, because at the end of the school year, the complaint was, well, the kids that achieved honor roll, distinguished honor roll, the marking period is not completed, so we don't know, we haven't tallied the scores. You know what? Those kids never got the certificate for the fourth marking period. They still haven't received it. So what happens? Like, they just like completely can forget about the academic part, it seems. And even in the survey, if we get numbers, my son, he got the survey. You know what that survey consisted of? You all talked about, now listen, I played sports in high school and college. Okay, I love sports, sports player. But guess what? For me, academics right higher than sports. So when you put out a survey for the 8th grade students who graduate in class and go, okay, tell me what your achievements are. Okay, did you play this sport? Did you participate in that sport? What were your this and that, right? And then way down the bottom, okay, a little one-liner about academics. I mean, what is that? What message does that send to the kids? Trust me, the kids notice that severely. And then when you do a graduation and you don't really acknowledge the academic part, and you give them a paper bear with their name on it, trust me, they notice that. It's almost like it's insignificant. So maybe that needs to be looked at as well, because I think that was really, I was highly disappointed by that. And you know how that all rolled out. So I don't need to go into that. The last thing was, it was cool. Okay, so I'm also very happy to hear a lot of discussion about what we've been asking for what, 3-4 years, with the community involvement, citizen advisory board. So I noticed you put out a survey and it spoke about excellence in education. And it says a community commitment. And in the survey, it was asking, should that name be changed? Well, I don't know, you guys have to tell us, because should the name be changed? Because we've been asking for that for years. And this is the first I've actually heard real discussion about it. So I think it's up to this board to decide if that name needs to be changed. Because if there's not going to be any community involvement or interaction, then yes, change the name, because it doesn't apply, right? Because that's what that infers, community involvement. So hopefully this is not just discussion. I'm hoping this is going to turn into something real, actual movement towards something that's tangible. So I can tell the community, yes, they're not just saying words, and this might actually come to fruition. So I think that's probably the last thing. Let me see, I got my margin here. Dr. Howard Reading is here for some reason. I can't read my own hand.
Yeah,
You're having lunch.
Oh, it was about, okay, it was about, you mentioned something about the AP. You said there was a lot of kids that dropped from the AP classes?
Not
anymore.
In the past, so that's why we say by June 5th, you have to be locked in, like I'm gonna do that, because we also pay for the test, if they're gonna do that, or if they take AP, they can also get college credit that we pay for as well. So we need to make sure they're locked in, so we know. We've actually increased our AP offerings and our.
Okay, but I will say you are correct when you stated also, you said, listen, change is hard. We all know change is very difficult for everyone. But to your point, if we keep doing, again, I don't want to sound like a cliche, because everyone knows the statement about the definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. That's what's going on here. We keep doing the same thing, keep churning, right? But then we're going to expect a different why. That's crazy. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result to occur. You have to do something different. And to Mr. O'Keefe's point, I'm 100% on board with him. He's spot on. You can't just go, okay, you know what? Yes, we got to do change for the sake of change, and the board's going to make this decision. Here, we're doing this now. Okay, let's go. Well, even me, I'm a principal forever. I'm a design engineer, but I still call myself as an underling. I go to my team. I don't just go, okay, roll like a pirate. Okay, we're doing this. No. I go to all my team and go, listen, what are we doing here? Do you like this? Talk to me. Tell me what you hate about it. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be the ones who's going to have to live with it.
And that's how, he's spot on. You gotta talk to the teachers and all the people who's gonna be using it on a daily basis. Find out what they hate about it, what they like about it, because at the end of the day, you're still the decision makers, but they have to weigh in. They have to. So thank you very much for hearing, my list. I think we'll probably be a little more efficient when we get out earlier. If we can just interact, maybe I can just request this to the board, maybe for the community during these sessions. If it gets too extensive and people start talking too loud during the overall discussion, I think it'll be more efficient in time. If in the moment, when you're having a discussion, like, for example, like with the keys and with the first, that's what I want to say. First student, sorry. You guys mentioned $660,000. So did that money go back into the district?
It's money we save.
Saved.
So, you saved, did it go back into the district and being redistributed for other expenses?
Yes.
Yeah, through our budget, yeah, of course.
Okay, I didn't know, because, again, I know we had a contract for a $1 million contract for a student over a 5-year period.
Right.
So we saved $66,000 because we eliminated 10 runs and the $66K per run, that's your $660.
Yeah.
So all that money that we saved went back into the district.
Correct.
Which is,
Correct. Okay.
Well, minus the $8,000 it costs for the software to find the efficiency, so it's technically like $650. I can't do math, it's too late, sorry.
652.
I'm sorry,
We're at
it's too late for me to do
back
math,
into-
Ron.
To the good, that's what we say, yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right,
everyone.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
everyone sleep fast.
And drink some coffee.
Thank goodness it's Friday tomorrow. All right, good night.
I was gonna have some more dinner, but I think at this point, let's have breakfast.
We're adjourned. I have papers to sign.
It's wrong.
I have papers to sign. Woo. Is that right there?
My watch is
Well,
yelling at me.
I'll leave.
Right, 1, 2.
That's